Hello and welcome back to the world. My name is Beast. Today we're back with Kinkoi. Today we'll be starting Ria-Route. At least I think that's what the golden time button is supposed to mean. I don't know if that's actually what it does, but I assume it does. Fade into the twilight. Achievement unlocked. Start Ria-Route. Yep.
世界はいつもこんなにも綺麗に黄昏れていく。
Apparently his route is supposed to be depressing or something, so probably mostly due to, you know, dead dad and all that. Also they're out of meat, so I got cider instead. Which costs like $1 less. Technically, however, I drink a whole bottle in one sitting, so it's a lot less cost effective. Also, I'm aware. Heard today, Friday, isn't that rest day? Listen, I don't give a shit. I just want to do Ria-Route right now. Fuck out. Anyways,
金色の空が黒く闇に暮れていく。その色がすごく綺麗だった。俺の知ってる世界はすべてどこもかしこも真っ黒で、そしてある時から金色に輝き出した。初めて見たシルビーはずぶ濡れで、とてもお姫様だなんて思えなくて、すごく綺麗な子だとは聞いたけど、それは俺にはわからないし、ただ、
助けてくれてありがとう。
可愛い子だってのはすぐにわかったっけ。金色の髪が似合う可愛い子だって。この世界は真っ暗だから、そのままで輝いている金色はきっと無条件で素敵な色で、それを生まれた時から持ってるシルビーはとても素敵な子なんだろう。正直最初は羨ましかった。仲良くなれてよかった。シルビーがいい子でよかった。大好きになって羨む気持ちはすぐに消えた。
No, that doesn't have a voice for some reason. Fell in love with her, and those jealous feelings vanished in no time.
相馬くん、好きな女の子いますか？
は？まあ、変な誤解はあったみたいだけど。
女の子？
はあ、俺そんなに男っぽいか？まあ、これがきっかけで友達になれたんだから、悪いことばかりじゃないか。シルビーは、どこにいても一目でわかる。それはすごく、なんていうか、助かる。俺にとって、特別な子だった。位置もわかるけどさ、うるせえから。だから、シルビーとイチには幸せになってほしいんだ。大好きな二人にはずっと。ずっと。
For me, everything was in a constant state of twilight. Here in this pitch black world, in this space fused with the darkness where nothing could be seen, I wanted Sylvie, who shone so brightly, and Ichi, the one person who treasured me, to find happiness. I would do anything to make that reality. Why does that... Like, I don't know why, but I have a sudden feeling that, there's gonna be abuse in her backstory. I don't know why. It's just like, it's just this odd feeling. Anyways. But I would do anything to make that a reality. Anything. Yes. Even if I had to put my life on the line for it. Is she... Oh no. Is when she finds out that Oro likes her, her first reaction... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. There's a cliff. Man. What do you think? She's gorgeous and has a wonderful singing voice. Isn't she wonderful? Mirai Bishop really is the best. Don't you think so?
知らん。
She wasn't taking the bait very well. Jump on the bandwagon already! Maria's fantastic and wonderful!
キモ。
Huh? What's goes about becoming a fan of a celebrity?
いや、すまん。キモってのはお前の個人的なキモさであって、ファン活動そのものはいいことだと思うよ。
Right, become one of Maria's fans too then!
難しいわ。
The other day, after meeting Maria Bishop in the flesh, I just couldn't get her out of my head. She clung to me, right? Clung to my arm. What else could I say? In my mind, she was almost like a mythical presence, like an angel or a fairy. And there was no way I'd ever forget how the real deal felt. The Maria Bishop was right there, and she'd gotten close enough for me to touch her at that.
おい、イチ。
Huh, what is it? Wish she wouldn't call me that. It didn't sit right with me, especially given that it was my childhood nickname.
お前、シルビーが好きなんじゃねえのかよ。
Sylvie?
昔は好きだったよな。
Yeah, probably way back when. I don't really remember. Something told me I had loved her. My motives aren't exactly pure though. I only liked Sylvie because of how she looked.
で、今も好きだろ？
I
んだよ。この前そう言ってたじゃん。
Like hell I did. I was sure I loved her when we were little, but I don't recall ever saying I loved her now. So if I took a second to sort my feelings... Doesn't seem like she falls into the love category for me anymore.
はぁ？
Why are you mad?
ちっ、怒ってねえよ。なんだよ、好きなゾーンにないって。
Don't get me wrong, I do love her, but only in a platonic kind of way. She was extremely high up there on my friend list, though. I lost the majority of my friends after what happened over summer break, naming my baseball club mates and Torio. It was as if Sylvie had completely filled the hole they had left behind. I was also friends with Reina and Elle, but in all honesty, my long-standing friendship with Sylvie made her stand out among the rest. I'm an adult now, and romance was off the table the second I heard she was a princess. It was like having a Hollywood celebrity super close by. It'd be difficult to not be love-struck by someone in that position, and you'd want to fawn all over them for it. Even so, it's not like Sylvie was an ordinary woman. Get it?
こんなポ野郎。
Which is it? If that's an L, then it doesn't. It both doesn't fit the situation and ticks me off. But if it's a W, then I'll be ticked off by the misunderstanding. Anyway, my relationship with Sylvie is as good as it's ever gonna get. Don't screw this up for me. I could tell that I ranked at the absolute top of Sylvie's friends too. The princess everyone admired. It certainly felt amazing to be such good friends with someone more famous than any Hollywood celebrity. No matter what I said, Ria looked displeased. Why? Do you want to put me and Sylvie together?
別に。
She turned away. I was curious about her and Sylvie's relationship, but I doubt she'd tell me anything, so I gave up. Importantly, you're sure it's okay not to tell Sylvie about you? She wanted to keep her identity a secret from Sylvie for some reason or other. Soma Ria, Soma-kun, the first boy Sylvie ever loved, even though she wasn't actually a guy. Why would you tell her? She wants to see you.
いろいろあるっつってんだろ。うるせえな。本当はてめえとだって会う気なかったよ。 なんでもない。
She quickly turned away. I really didn't get her. Well, whatever, I'll drop it. Either way, it'd be a huge waste of time to try and get Sylvie and me together.
あっそ。
She coolly replied, still turned to the side. She'd probably pester me about it again later, but I need to ignore her.
Oh.
Huh? It appeared there at the end of her gaze. She spotted the box from before. Ria held it in her hand. Wait, Ria, be careful with that.
Huh?
Plunk. She opened the box and completely unfazed by my comment. That its contents quickly scattered across the floor. What are you doing?
Huh? 何が?
She kneeled down to pick them up. Ria had opened the box containing the 4 silver Loveriche emblems, which had pooled together at her feet. I kept them in this box for safekeeping.
ああ、ラブリッチマーク。
Don't forget our promise. Whoever finds the last one.
総取りだろ。わかってる。後悔させてやんよ。
Back at ya. My own expression relaxed the moment a sly grin spread across Ria's face. Yeah, so the moments were perfect. I was right. This obviously goes for Sylvie, but you're one of my best friends too.
Huh?
I love you as a friend, of course.
知らねえよ。
Come on, don't be shy. I know you feel the same way about me too. Isn't that right, Soma?
うるせえ、こら
One thing had changed since I learned Ria's true identity. Our conversation had gotten considerably more relaxed since then. She upgraded from just being my easy-to-talk-to neighbor to a close childhood friend, so I'd say the transition was to be expected. What's more, I had memories of Soma being pretty attached to me back in the old days. Things obviously wouldn't be the same as they were back then. But we were pretty close, even back then, so now I could take on a slightly more proactive approach towards Ria. For as bothered as Ria acted, she blushed. A soft attitude. There was plenty to satisfy me. Man, I seriously didn't piece it together. When did you figure it out?
この寮に市松往路ってヤバい男が入ったって、寮生全員にメールが回った日から。
That was the first day!
誰かさんと違って、ダチの名前はちゃんと覚えるから。市松往路なんて特徴的な名前は忘れなかったぜ。
I vaguely recalled the name Soma being thrown around too, you know? Anyone would ordinarily assume that was your first name. Who could have known that? Not only was it her surname, but she was a completely different gender from what I remember.
まあ、この点は気にすんな。シルビーだってお前のことイチって覚えてて、名前でピンとこなかったんだろ?
Yeah, you're right.
彩香も気づいてないし。俺はもうその日に気づいて、引っ越しの荷物整理するお前の部屋に聞き耳立ててた。
For real?
段ボール一箱エログッズという声が聞こえてドン引きした。
That's not my fault. It was around the time when I was cleaning up my room with Reina and Kikuchiyo. If I recall, that was when...
あと、マリア・ビショップのファンって聞いて、どうすればいいかかなり悩んだ。ね、顔も見ようと思って久しぶりに学園に行って。
Oh yeah, that was one of the days you actually went to class. The whole academy had been in an uproar the moment word got out that their resident sleepyhead had suddenly shown up on campus.
それでも、会いに行くタイミングがなくてどうしようかって思ってたんだけど、俺の愛用の屋上でぐーぐー寝てるのを見たときは、さすがに偶然にしてもできすぎだってビビったな。
That's what was happening? Which meant she was not also playing dumb when I didn't remember. Man, you should have told me sooner.
ま、覚えてねえなら覚えてねえでいいかなと。
Don't say it, Al. You'll make your childhood friend lonely. Actually, being forgotten is way more depressing. I know I've said this before, but I really am sorry.
いいって。
Ria shrugged, seeming unfazed. She was so easygoing. I did think her crummy attitude was part of the reason why I hadn't remembered her. Her personality was completely different from what I remembered. Weren't you more of a goody two-shoes back then?
ああ、まあ。
Although she wasn't without fault, this once straight-laced girl valued harmony with others above all else, and our paths eventually crossed. What happened for you to become a delinquent?
いろいろあんだよ。うるせえな。
I wasn't complaining about her lifestyle, but it didn't make the shift any less surprising. To me, the situation was 10 times more interesting than an honest student turning into a troublemaker the second school lit out for the summer. You changed your hair too? What was your original hair color again, if I remember right?
普通に黒。日本人色。
So his fetish will be served. I guess it was. Not that I really remember it very well.
知らねえだろ。
Huh?
なんでもない。
So, why the switch from black to blonde? How'd you end up dyeing it? Ria scratched at the back of her head. Actually thought it over for a minute.
かっこつけてんの。
You too? Ain't it? It's the same thing.
いいだろ。かっこいいじゃん、金髪。
Well, it is a popular hair color for a reason. When all was said and done, people loved golden blonde hair. It didn't look right on everyone. But as far as dyeing it, that color went.
かっこいい。だろ。
I get what you're saying,
金
but...
髪はかっこいいと思った。だからそれに突っ込んだ。以上だ。
It was a saying I'd heard once before. Everyone wants to be cool, and it's important to put in the effort to become that way. I could agree with that idea. It's important for people to become their best, coolest selves. There was nothing wrong with showing off. And...
失礼。
Oh. No sooner was there a knock at the door did Jogasaki come in without waiting for a reply. I guess, but I thought she'd be a stickler for entering someone's room without permission. Surprisingly, Jogasaki pointed her icy glare towards Ria.
声が漏れています、市松さん。もう少し静かにしていただけますか?
Sure, sorry. She said that to me while looking at Ria for some reason.
あと、女子を部屋に連れ込むのも推奨できませんわ。もう夜の9時を過ぎています。
Alright, sorry. Sorry, Ria, but let's call it a day.
はいはい。
Ria stood up. Sorry about this, Ria. Let's pick back up the Maria discussion tomorrow.
しばらく来ねえ。あばよ。
Off she went.
まったく。何を考えてるの? あんな男の部屋に。
連れ込まれたんだよ。
連れ?
誤解すんな。マリア・ビショップの良さを延々語られただけ。
そう。ならいいわ。マリアの良さがわかるんですの。庶民の割になかなか高尚な趣味しているわね。そう思わないリア。マリアの素晴らしさはあなたが一番。
お前もキモいわ。じゃあな。
え、おやすみ。
Bam.
はぁ。
Russell.
眠。着替え。まあいいや。今日は1の部屋しか行ってないし。
When I shut my eyes, the world was dyed pitch black. That brilliant golden color faded away. That was how it should be. I was used to the darkness and I found comfort in it. Even as I slipped into that calming pitch black world, I reminisced on those golden hues.
うん。
I was alright. Those shades of gold were in my mind. Shades of gold were in my mind. I was alright. I was fine with the darkness. I wasn't scared of it. I really wasn't.
1。 金色ラブリッチェ。
先輩。
Underclassman!
はい、なんでしょう。
Nothing to worry about it. For whatever reason, I thought it would be fun to Rylock and up counter her cute mannerisms.
今日日曜日ですけど、何か予定ありますか？
Not really.
よかった。じゃあ先輩、私と一緒に汗を流しませんか？
Preferably not. Huh? That sounded kinda dirty, Akane.
今日は部活がないので、自主トレで汗を流すんですけど、今日はついに、かねてからの悲願だった、この浜松湖の周囲一周に挑もうと思うんです。
He just lays back down in bed. Given Akane's personality, I knew there was nothing remotely sexual beyond her comment. Still, I couldn't help but be surprised by it. A lap around Hamamatsu Lake.
燃えますよね。この響きだけで。と言っても、完全に一周ではないんですけど、近くの弁天様からぐるっと行くコースが、ランニング好きの人に人気があるそうなんです。11月も後半で、だいぶ涼しいですし、今くらいがちょうど走りやすい頃だと思うんですよ。
How far is that, by the way?
53キロや。
Wait. What?
7時間を切れたら、一人前ですね。
I thought about following behind you on a bicycle, but I don't know if that's possible. I politely turned her down naturally.
一人で走るって寂しいんですよ。
Maybe don't run batshit insane courses then. You usually fly solo during a marathon, so you'll have to suck it up. Wait a second, I thought you were a short distance sprinter.
はい、部活では、今日のは純然たる趣味です。
Haha, I like fit girls. Still I couldn't go with her. I don't invite someone else, like Reina for instance.
いいですね。先輩。
She ran off to talk to Reina. Although I turned her down without a second thought, I stuck around to keep watch since I felt responsible for lighting a fire under her. When?
あれ？レイナ先輩、体調悪い？
ちょっとね。ヤバタンです。
She was lounging around and spread out on the sofa in the foyer. You okay? Something happened?
いや、大丈夫。でも今日は寝てるわ。
そうですか。お大事にです。
Cold? It didn't really seem like it. I wonder what happened while I was lost in thought.
およ。
おはようございます。
Soon someone came out of her room at a rather unusual time. The screwed up schedule made it difficult to know when she'd be up and about, especially on her days off. And... Hey, you're up early today.
そうでもない。プロキュア見損ねた。
Ria gave the back of her head a cursory scratch. Then?
じゃあ、失礼します。
Akane practically ran away, as did several other boarders who were making use of the foyer. It seemed like she cared personally. Ria was enough of a nuisance when she walked around that it'd probably be better if she were a bit more concerned about it. Everyone seemed terrified of her. I was harmless, but those same high school residents were once scared of me because of those lame rumors. Of course, they would be scared of a delinquent like Ria was thrown into the same situation. Ria really was a good-hearted person once you got to know her. There just weren't many who would put in the effort to speak to her in the first place.
おはよう、リアちゃん。ああ。
Diana spoke to her first. It wasn't as if there weren't any commendable people around. No, she left. Huh. Hey! Followed her for whatever
なん
reason.
か用か？
Not really. Just thinking it's rare for a shut-in like you to come outside.
うるせえな。
Ria clicked her tongue at me. Still, she didn't tell me not to tag along. It's worked out for me then. It's not like I had anything else planned for the day, so I might as well join her and save myself from that 53-kilometer marathon. I walked up beside her. Huh. Isn't this my first time going on a walk with you?
だな。そもそもお前が来てから歩いてここを降りることってあんまなかったし。
You always take a car when you go out, huh? Where did that car even come from? With her being my next door neighbor, I could generally tell when Ria was around and noticed she'd often leave the dorm at night. When she did leave the dorm, a fancy looking type of van, one unlike the limousine that came for Sylvie, would come to get her. Ria didn't respond to my question. Definitely like her. You know, walks can be nice too. Paid no mind and kept the conversation moving. I'd gotten a knack for keeping her company. If forcing it didn't work, force it some more. It's a bit chilling, gives everything this wintry-esque feel to it around this time of year. It's almost serene. If I pushed and pushed some more,
確かに。
she would respond, depending on her mood. The dorm's in an inconvenient spot, but it's nice in terms of its atmosphere.
自然は多いからな。
Took a deep breath. Bracing. Ria covered me and took in a breath. Now what's wrong, my little smoker? Lungs don't like the nice clean air.
うるせえ。
Spread so much tar into the world on a routine basis that the oxidants come to hate you.
ち。
And she looked genuinely ticked off. We stopped for a moment. She slowly took in another deep breath. As long as she took it slowly, she wouldn't practically cough up a lung. Heck, her lungs were probably more caught off guard by the temperature rather than how clean the air was. I'm sure she'd be fine if she didn't rush it. Ria took in some more air. Huh? And exhaled. She's got some crazy lung capacity. She inhaled way more than I expected just now. That was impressive.
別に。誰かさんよりはちゃんとトレーニングしてんだよ。
Training? Ria walked off without answering me. Lung capacity training. That's the sort of thing you'd expect a singer to say. Maybe she actually enjoyed karaoke or something. So, did you want to go somewhere in particular?
別に。一番の目的はこれ。
Out of smokes. We made our way towards the shopping district, which was a short walk away from the hill the academy was built on. At the corner of town, nestling between a line of vacant shops, there were several vending machines. Beep. She held up one of the cars needed to purchase cigarettes from vending machines to the reader. How'd you get one of those?
いろいろとつてがあんだよ。
With that, she purchased a pack of cigarettes. What a scary woman. This area was also a designated smoking area, and even included an ashtray. Ria took one out without any hesitation. Awfully nice weather we've got today, huh? Stepped away. It was likely the private property of whoever set up the machines, so it seemed to be okay to smoke here, but it was most certainly outdoors. I wasn't brave enough to do something like that, nor did I feel comfortable standing beside her. I took another step back. It didn't take long for Ria to polish off one of the cigarettes. When she was finished, she came out of the smoking area. Hey, you gonna be fine with the cops and whatnot?
堂々としてれば何も言われないぞ。派手な格好してれば特に。なんとなく年齢も大丈夫だと思うみたい。
Cops didn't exactly have tons of time to spare. It was one thing for them to go after speeding cars with the points on their license, but they probably wouldn't bother talking to a bunch of brats smoking. Doubt anyone would look at you and assume you're old enough to smoke, though.
ああ
Slip of the tongue, don't worry about it.
ち。
She was a little annoyed. Looked like she was unaware of how teensy she was. And she quickly turned around and made her way into the nearest convenience store. I watched her
これ
and...
ワンカートンでくれ。
あ、
ワンカートン。早く。
Ria bought a full carton of the same cigarettes she just purchased from the vending machine. I got all that effort. Chased after her.
はい。タッチお願いします。
It wasn't just the police who were careless, but even the clerk didn't act particularly suspicious. Ria tapped the small screen in front of the register to confirm she was over 20 years old
それ
age.
で、
これ。
すいません。どれかな？番号でお願いできます？
は？
The employee appeared to be a newbie. They had no idea which of the tobacco products she wanted from the lineup behind the register. Yeah, cigarettes did come in a staggering variety. Not that a non-smoker like me could tell them apart.
だから、これだよ、これ。
Ria irritably held up a box.
番号。
Or maybe this was how she'd been trained to get the number explicitly from the customer in the event you couldn't tell.
2番。
はい。
Clerk went to grab it, but
あれ？これ。
brought back a foreign brand, bright white box, totally different from the black box Ria had on her.
目悪いからよく見えねえんだよ。
すいません。
Number 36, I think. I didn't want to help, but it felt really bad for the clerk and went over to lend him a hand. The clerk brought over the select carton, and it seemed to match the same pack Ria had purchased from the vending machine outside.
ありがとうございます。
Ria finished paying and walked out of the store. Left his hot-looking clerk behind. Really worked up a sweat back there, huh? Met up with Ria. Would have felt awkward to leave the store on that note, so I bought some random candy.
うぜえ、あの店員。
Ria sounded ticked off. Well, I guess he was being kind of a stickler. Hated to be rough on a rookie, and not only did he not refuse to sell Ria cigarettes with one look at her, he fell back on procedure in the strangest way. Talk about inflexible. I didn't think Ria was in any position to complain, though. I followed after her as she started to walk off. Just occurred to me. Had you waited for me to come out?
何買ったの？
No, chocolate bolos.
ああ。
Have you bought any recently? I bought them a few times since we made that agreement.
そうですか。
You don't sound enthused at all. Well then, I'll take all this formless for myself. Hey, don't look at me like that. You're not allowed to make fun of me.
そうだけどさ。
She shrugged, cool-headed as ever.
買いたくても買いにくいんだよ。
Huh?
なんでもない。あ、ちょっとこれ預かっとけ。
Huh? She shoved the car in and single open packed 13 boxes of cigarettes and total onto me. Don't make me carry these awful things. Ria headed to a nearby pharmacy. I hadn't expected her to make so many stops today.
はい。いかがされました？
サプリのコーナーどこっすか？鉄分のやつが欲しいんだけど。
かしこまりました。こちらへどうぞ。
おすすめとか、鉄分ので。
そうですね。女性が取る鉄分なら、やっぱりこれでしょうか。おかしな噂も聞かないので、
じゃあそれお願い。レジどこかな？
はい、こちらに。
あ、その前に、お菓子コーナー、チョコボーロってある？ただいま。
Welcome back, what you buy? Asked as I handed her the pile of cigarettes. Ria opened the bag and showed it to me. The bag contained vitamin supplements and chocolate bolos. Ooh, nice call, trying to pick a fight with me.
ちょうどいいや。開けといてくれ。マークが出るかどうかだけ。
You sure? She handed me the chocolate bolos. Pulled together with the one I bought earlier, we had 2 boxes. Might just swap them if either has got an emblem, you know?
お前がそこまでせこい人間なら何も言わない。
Right. I opened it. There I found
ど？
exactly what I
こ
expected.
れ最近買ってねえけど、ラブリッチマークやめたんじゃねえだろうな。
But now, calm down. It would be a way bigger surprise if we got any from the 2. From just 2.
このストアのチョコボール買い占めるか。
Like I said, calm down. That would be rude. Sad to head home. Do you play any mobile
やっ
games?
てないけど。
Don't do it. You're definitely the type who'd dump all their money into it.
ふん。
Oh, one other question. What was with the supplements?
なんだったって？
You don't seem like you're especially health conscious.
一応適度に健康には気使ってるんだが、ちょっと思いついただけだよ。
Huh? I can get it. We made it back to the dorm.
ほれ、右を向いて寝ると心臓が解放されていいそうだよ。
足は片方だけ伸ばして、片方だけ軽く曲げると血の循環が良くなるそうです。
Did you buy the iron supplements for Elena?
ほら、水持ってきたよ。おー、みんなサンキュー。
Everyone was making a fuss over Elena. When all was said and done, she was popular. Everyone would worry if she were in poor shape. Yeah, something
い
wrong?
や、余計なお世話だったな。
With a grin, Ria headed back to her room with a bag of cigarettes and vitamins in tow. Like that marked the end of a compulsory outing. How'd I put it? It seriously seemed like an excursion. Cigarettes, vitamins, and sweets. She deliberately went to 3 separate places to buy items she could have gotten at a single convenience or drugstore. An outing with a delinquent with a foul mouth and attitude. It had been dangerous to buy those cigarettes, but it had been pretty fun, so I chalked it up as a good time. Even though I had no clue what kind of supplements she'd bought in the end.
頭クラクラ。
貧血？そんなに重い人だっけ？私が使ってる鉄分のサプリ持ってくるよ。気休めだけどさ。
サンキュー。
金色ラブリッチェ。
Soma?
相馬。僧侶の僧に間って字で、相馬り。
Pretty cool name you've got. Nice to meet you, Soma.
よろしく。それで、名前、リア、相馬リア。
What? Yeah, that's like a girl's name.
そう。
Soma's much cooler. Yeah, much better.
なら、相馬でいいけど。
Must be great having such a cool name. Mine's Oro of all things. Oro.
別に、いい名前だと思うけど。
What's so great about it? Oro apparently means like go down the righteous or noble path, and nobody gets that. Whenever I bring a snack lunch to school, everyone always says Oro Soporo. I hate it. Guys have to have cool names. I'm so jealous, Soma.
私、男じゃなくて。
Huh? Acting kind of girly for a dude. Oh, he's an idiot. You could lose! Not all the other guys are the same. Let's get the jump on the others. Have you get used to it with me. Sound cool, alright? Go on, give it a try. Just be like, hey, man!
俺。
Oh, it's about... Hold on, let me just...
私、男じゃなくて。
Okay, that is what it was supposed to be. It's because she used watashi instead of ore. And remember, I've never had a single, like, formal Japanese lesson, so this is literally just me going based off of shit I heard and stuff I, pieced together from different bullshit. Apparently, like, ore is, like, a more masculine version. I keep, like, talking about this. Like, the fucking weebs watching this probably know about all this anyway. Now we're better friends than those other guys.
そう？
Really, neither Tori or Takara will play along, no matter how many times I ask. It's just between you and me. We'll be good friends, Soma. Without warning, dreams often had a bad habit of opening the door to your memories without any rhyme or reason. It was my fault you took on that mainly speech pattern. Actually, it was a pretty crazy series of events for me to up and decide you was male. I remembered all too well that I never listened to what people told me as a kid. Was I really that outrageous? I could have sworn that for some other reason I thought she was a boy.
おはようございます、先輩。
Yeah, morning. And with that, Akane invited me to radio calisthenics and dragged me outside. Some memory nearly came back to me. Oh well. Guess it didn't matter.
おはよう、オーラ。
おはようございます。
おはようございます、オーロくん。
Hey everyone! It was another ordinary morning. I guess I had fully adjusted to my new life at Noble Academy. What's up? Pretty under the weather.
つらだ。二日酔い。
Hey now.
感心しませんね。
Righteous one among us stepped forward.
よろしいですか、妃殿。健康問題を盾にうんぬん言うつもりはありません。しかし、
おう。
Here came the lecture. My condolences.
エルはちょっぴり心配性なの。それも周りの全員に対して。
I knew what you meant. Reina didn't seem like the drinking type.
くど。
あのね、エルチン。二日酔いは嘘で、本当は。
Mumble mumble.
そうでしたか。すいません、余計なことを。
お？
Huh?
重いようでしたら、今日は休まれた方がよろしいのでは。そうだ、鉄分は取っていますか？大切ですよ。
Iron.
もしかして、あれ？
Sylvie, you know what's going on? I was being evasive. I've never seen Sylvie act this way. What was it? What's up, Reina? Did something happen?
だから二日酔い。
No way that's actually it. All the signs to me was actually making me worry.
市松殿、ただの二日酔いですから。
Your attitude is proof that it isn't? Elle, tell me. Look me in the eye and tell me why you're lying.
言えません。
Elle?
ですから。
Come on, Elle?
言えませんってば。
But why?
生理だなどと男性の市松殿に言ってよいことではない。聞かないでください。答えられないのです。
Ah.
Eluchi.
That was one hell of a slip up. She raised her voice slightly, but it seemed no one had heard it.
すいません、妃殿。
ごめんなさい、レイナ。うちのエルが。でも、私はエルのこういう素直さが大好きなの。
いいさ。レイナさんは優しいからね。今現在の子宮の状態をクラスの男子にバラされたって笑って許すよ。見て、この聖母の笑顔。ポンポンくっそ痛いのに、こんな可愛く笑える私って、マジ聖母じゃない？
本当、すいません。
Then you're in your period.
聖母パンチ!
Ah! I got hit. What was this atmosphere that screamed women could happily discuss periods, but men couldn't breathe a word of it?
ああ、シルビー、痛み止め持ってない？
キュロちゃん、お願い。
Toy's mouth popped open to reveal a box with a red cross on it inside.
ブルーデーの痛み止めって気を使うのよね。ホルモンのバランスが乱れると、むしろ痛い周期を長くしちゃうそうだから。
Wow, really?
市松殿、しばし会話から外れてくださいませんか？
Sorry.
外れてというのは、成長しろという意味ではなく、聞かないでくださいという意味です。
Alright. On that note, the girls subtly excluded me today.
お姫様と女騎士相手に生理ネタで絡んで、はみられる程度で済むなら運がいいだろう。
Yeah, maybe. I guess there are just times when it's tricky for me to hang out with girls.
男友達は？
I do, but it kind of bugs me how hoity-toity they can be. I feel like an outsider around them. I'd pick hanging out with you any day. Oh, don't get me wrong. I know you're one of my female friends.
そうか。わかってるならよかった。ダッチの体に火傷の跡が残らなくて。
Lydia took a huge drag on the cigarette in her mouth. I did think this attitude was part of the problem as to why I couldn't intuitively declare her a female friend either. Like, every time someone has like a fucking cigarette, all I remember is Tsuji's on the Ria-Route, and I fucking adore it. Get the Overture 1812 ready! What's the fucking meme again? Hold on. Alright, hold on, where is it? I'm trying to find the right thing. That's not it either. There's someone. Tchaikovsky cannons are not instrument. Tchaikovsky probably. Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Someone. Tchaikovsky no. Tchaikovsky yes. Tchaikovsky artillery is not an instrument, and that's where you're wrong, kiddo. Because yes, Overture 1812 is the one where Tchaikovsky decided, you know what's like my favorite instrument? Fucking cannons. Anyway. Well, setting all that aside for now. By the way, I had a dream this morning. I thought you were a boy back in the day, right?
ああ、シルビーにも男友達って紹介するから、面倒を被った。
Sorry, anyway, in the dream. We had just introduced ourselves and I'd given you the nickname Soma. I'm pretty sure that was the first time we met, but I was already convinced you were a boy back then. When was that? Were you wearing some super manly clothes or something?
服なんざ覚えてねえけど、多分ユニセックスだったんじゃないか？俺も親もおしゃれとか無頓着だったし、当時はほぼスカートは履かなかったし。
Really? I wonder why then. Some other basis by which I'd assumed she was a boy. It'd have to be... Ria?
Huh?
Your cigarette. She had been so lost in thought she hadn't noticed the slowly burning flame that reached her fingers and she dropped it in a panic. Are you alright? Did you get burned? Cigarette flames were apparently stupidly hot, and Ria looked like she was in pain. Yes, they are several times hotter than just a fucking match flame. Oh, what are you spacing out for? You know what, fuck it, I'm going to look up how hot cigarettes burn. When a conventional cigarette burns, the burning tip reaches a temperature of about 900 degrees Celsius. Now, what the fuck is Celsius to Fahrenheit for the American tards? Let's do 900 degrees Celsius. That's 9,000 degrees. That is a lot more. 900 degrees Celsius is 1,652 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank me later. Imagine using fucking Fahrenheit. Seriously, fucking cringe. Seriously, why do Americans have such weird, like, units? Also, I didn't have my fucking fan on this entire time.
うるせえな。てめえが余計なこと思い出すから。
Show it to me. I grabbed her hand. Instead of her index finger was beet red. I was gonna blister over later. Let's see. I like that. I really gave it a lick for whatever reason, but is there any point in putting saliva on a burn?
知るか、バカ。話せよ。
Oh, sorry. It itched just that. Ria clicked her tongue as she picked up the cigarette she dropped.
げ、
That was when we noticed. The cigarette was gone. We looked everywhere, but it was nowhere to be found. Worse yet, we had been quite close to the fence. Inevitably, there was only one possibility we could imagine. Took a discreet peek down from the fence. Now you've done it. It doesn't look like you've hit anyone, at least. The cigarette had fallen below. Luckily, we hadn't hit anyone or started any fires. But a crowd had formed.
しゃーね。
Don't just cheese it. Things will get ugly for if someone comes.
だな。ずらかるって言葉、実際に使うやつ初めて見た。
Me neither. I'm a little hyped up. No choice but to give up on the sunset for the day. We headed downstairs.
屋上からタバコが？本当ですか？
We turned back just before we got the chance. Guess we were too late. They must have called ahead. Teachers were on their way up the stairs of the roof.
こっち。
Sure. She pointed to the top of the water tank. Clack.
誰かいますか？いるわけありませんね。このノーブル学園で立ち入り禁止って書いてあるのに入るような生徒なんて。
Like they're just up on the fucking water tower. They're not even like laying low, you know, to avoid being seen. Like Ria's actually just laying low to avoid being seen, and then there's just Oro for Skyrim sneak. Clack.
この学園、エリートを揃えてるらしいけど、教師が無能揃いだわ。
Yes, it was true that teachers at rich schools turn a blind eye when they can't be heavy-handed with their students. You were saved. It doesn't sound like the one you dropped hit anyone either.
ああ。
Ria lit up a new one. She really was a chain smoker.
で、何の話だっけ？
Yeah, what was it again? We're talking about something before the cigarette fiasco, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Must not have been too important. I know. It was how I'm most comfortable when you and I are hanging out as friends.
あっそ。
Those were my honest feelings. None of this romance stuff really clicked with me, and Sylvie included. What I wanted more right now were friends, people I could have a relaxed conversation with. I was cut off from Torio, and all my other friends at the moment too. Among them all, Ria definitely was special. That was enough for me to talk to Sylvie, Reina, and Elle. But she was even more special. That was where Ria stood for me.
気楽ってだけなら俺もだよ。
Did you say something?
なんでもない。
Ah, it's fucking weird. Ow, why the fuck does my toe hurt there? I can't see anything but it's outside in the dark. We watched the waning sunset. Just how many times had we shared this sight together? Hold on. It does kind of look red there. Is that a fucking blister or something? Oh well. Just many times have we shared this time together. This moment of setting goal we shared more often than I could count. Never changed no matter how much time passed. So pretty. These were the only moments in which Ria's ordinarily harsh tongue made few experiences. Hold on. Ria was enraptured by its descending glow. You know, when she put that foul mouth of hers aside, she could be pretty cute. Then again, we'd gotten close enough at this point that she felt more Ria-like when she was abrasive. I looked back at the sunset once more. A little too radiant. I squinted my eyes. You're gonna mess your eyes up if you stare straight at the sun like that.
夕日そのものからは焦点逃がしてるから大丈夫だよ。
Ah, still dangerous regardless. Oh well, she closed her eyes and rested them off and on, so it was probably okay. Ria's eyes were shut. What are you thinking about right now?
別に、
She giggled.
金色だなーって。
That literal?
それしかねえだろ、この状況じゃ。
Good point. The world was golden. A golden world that only exists between the serene afternoon as it transitioned into
こ
twilight.
のまま世界の時間が止まればいいのに。そういう時間を止めるストップウォッチみたいのあったら今すぐ押してると思う。
Agreed. Just gonna like fucking gotta break into Sakuya's home real quick. Need that time stopwatch. Agreed. Such a wonderful moment that I wished I could clip it from straight out of time. Because it was pretty? Some told me that wasn't the only reason. It was because it was a time I could be alone with Ria, practically detached from the world. It was unbelievably comforting. If we had that stopwatch, I'd probably press it myself. I also wished I could stay like this forever. Just as we were, Ria and I, together.
なあ、イチ。
Yeah?
お前ってどうしてノーブル学園に来たんだっけ？
Like I said, Sylvie invited me.
その前のとこ辞めてるんだろ？どうして？
Well, I didn't want to tell her about everything I'd gone through with the baseball club or about Chieka.
いや、まあいいや。
Luckily enough, she dropped the subject before I was put in a tough spot.
お前にどんな事情があったかは知らない。すげえ嫌なこともあったかもだけど。俺、今それに感謝してる。お前がここに来てくれてよかった。またこうして、二人で過ごせてよかった。
Where did this come from? Had this golden world softened her emotions in some way? Ria was oddly cheerful today. Cute. Would have thought the day would come that I'd find this delinquent, unfriendly as a stray dog cute. Guess so. Over the summer I was at my lowest possible point. If that meant I could meet you and Sylvie again, I'm grateful to everything I went through. I'm grateful it led me to this golden time. Life was a funny thing. There was no telling when something you thought was awful might lead you to happiness elsewhere. If you thought of it that way, there might not be any awful moments in this world. Any and everything might just lead to a golden moment. What in the world are we even saying?
だよな。
We both chuckled. I guess we were saying some pretty cheesy stuff. How embarrassing. And I'm not, though, especially not if it was with Ria. I always had so much fun when I was with her, because every moment was golden. Which was why I had this vague idea. This moment could continue on forever. And we would always be the closest of friends. Forever. That was how I felt, for no reason in particular.
何？
It's locked. The door knob just clacked when I turned it and refused to budge. It only made sense as what happened once the teachers came here on patrol. Still, I didn't even know the door could lock. It had never been locked, so I had no idea. What should we do?
そこの雨どいから伝って、下の階に降りるとか。
I'd sooner avoid any live or die such scenario.
すげえ叫んで見回りの先生に開けてもらう。
No doubt that caused more problems than the
も
smoking.
うこのまま一晩ここで過ごす。
It's November, we'll die.
じゃあ手は一つ。
Ria fished through her pocket. She pulled out her phone. Ah, of course we should go with the stupidly easy solution. What a great time to be
イベ
alive.
ントとしては、さっき言った雨どい伝ってデッド・オア・アライブの方が面白かったけどな。
Let's not talk about that. We're 21st century students in the era of pressure-free education, and we have a right to put modern civilization to its greatest possible use to make up for how often we are pointlessly mocked for how easy we have it.
うん。
Hurry up and call someone.
俺に、こういう時呼んで助けに来てくれるダチなんていると思うか？
Damn, that's depressing.
手段は提示しただろ。お前が呼べば？
My phone is in the classroom. I left my bag back there.
使えねえな、ったく。
What do you do? Maybe what do we do? Maybe the cops?
ああ、大丈夫。そこまで深刻ではない。深刻じゃねえけど、あんま頼りたくねえんだよな。まあいいや。
She put her phone to work. Looked like she was chatting with someone over Louis.
5分で来るとさ。
What the heck? So you do have a friend who'll come save you. Bam. Huh? Chokozaki was the last person I expected to say.
ほんと、いつも一緒にいるわね。
いいだろう、俺が誰といても。お迎えサンキュー。行くぞ。
Yeah. The three of us headed back together. I could feel Chokozaki glaring at me. I didn't want to make her angry after she'd come to help us. You two really are close, huh?
言うほどじゃねえよ。
ええ。仲がいいわけじゃありません。彼女は商品。そして私は、それを仕立て、利用するコーディネーター兼所有者といったところね。
What are you talking
お
about?
っと、喋りすぎた。
That had to be on purpose, but you refused to say another word about it. Ria commodity. Why is Ria a commodity?
さあ、なぜでしょうね。
Ria?
知らね。
They wouldn't tell me. What was with them? Then Chokozaki noticed how curious I was and grinned. Given how they were acting, I was sure they wouldn't tell me. Must have been tough to mention considering even Ria wouldn't spell. Huh. While I was busy thinking that through, we reached my dorm room. Ria, does your family manufacture anything,
い
maybe?
や、普通。
In the end, I never did understand her answer. It's all good then. Good night, Ria, Chokozaki. Thanks for the day.
おやすみ。
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。
Huh? She stopped me for
気
some
にな
reason.
らないのリアのこと。あなたが知らないこと、私知ってるんですよ。
I am curious, but I assume you're not gonna tell me.
それは、
Like I need to feel superior to you. Keep asking. It's fine then. There's a pain anyway. Ria's my friend and it's fun to chat with her. She may be a delinquent, but you're not the kind of person who'd do anything wrong, smoking aside anyway. Which means there's no reason for me to pry any further. I'll figure it out someday if she tells me. Good night. I went back to my room.
何よあいつ。余裕ぶって。何笑ってるの？
いや、余裕ぶっても何も。余裕あんだろ。
Like, he's not acting. This is base mode. Like, you do not want to see him acting smug. You will die of smug.
俺とあいつ、もう結構なダチみたいだから。おやすみ。
待ちなさい。約束よ。例のことは、絶対外には出さない。
How funny would it be if he suddenly poked his head out of his room? Oh, that. Oh, that's the matter you were talking about. Oh, don't worry, I'm already aware.
私たちだけの内緒だって。
わかってるって。さっき自分が言いかけたくせにうぜえな。俺は言わないけど、自発的にバレたら勘弁しろよな。
今日も疲れたわ。
お疲れ様でした。
シルビア様、残るは来月。クリスマスにやる催し物についてですが。
ああ、そうだったわね。決めちゃわないと。ねえ、せっかくのクリスマスなのだから、もう政治的なしがらみは一切抜きの普通のパーティーじゃダメかしら。
普通の、と申されます。
例えばそうね。参加者は学園の子限定とか。
なるほど。
良いですな。外交的にも無難、かつ警備の手間がだいぶ省けます。姫様も退屈せぬでしょうし。
そう、そこが一番大事。それとね、そこでは、マリア・ビショップをゲストに招きたいの。
Like you just said, only students are allowed to come by during the party, and then you invite Maria. That's gotta send mixed messages. Oh, I mean what I said. Only students are allowed to come. Beg your pardon.
以前から姫様が用命している例の？
大ファンなの。
龍蔵寺に掛け合えば交渉は可能でしょうが。
かなり気分屋なので、受けてくれるかどうか。受けない可能性のあるゲストへは、あまり依頼の事実を残したくないのですが。
領事館の交渉は大変ね。些細なことも国の威信がどうこうあって。でも大丈夫よ。この間一目会えたのだけど。私、きっと彼女の知り合いだわ。
金色ラブリッチェ。
Go to the rooftop. The doorknob and the lattice in the neighboring stairway were bound by chains. Stop it all off. It was even sealed by a massive padlock with a label posted near it.
生徒によるいたずら多発につき厳重に施錠中。屋上に用のあるものは職員室用務部までうんぬんかんぬん。
You can't get in now, huh? This area was technically off limits. Had we taken advantage of the lenient rules to come and go as we pleased, but...
昨日彩香に来てもらった後、帰るとき鍵戻し忘れたな。ミスった。
That's what Clink did. No doubt a different teacher had come to take another look afterward. If a door that was supposed to be locked got opened up back up in such a short time frame, it's such a reason they'd put real countermeasures in place.
うちの教師が無能ってのは訂正する。この行動力はすごいわ。
The H's are elites themselves, at least in the extremes they'll take. The door was sealed off, completely covered in chains. Countermeasures aside, they didn't have to be this overzealous. What did we do?
どうするもこうするも諦めるっきゃねえよ。
Well, yeah, if we were going to counter that. If they were going to counter us this hard.
あそこ気に入ってたんだけどな。
Me too. Seriously as it was, we decided to head back. We gazed up the setting sun bitterly. Sunset was a sunset, but the academy was obstructing our view and made it difficult to get a good look at it. We made our way to an open field, but the mountains and nearby woods blocked it out too. The rooftop really was the perfect spot, huh? All displays, Hamachi City, it wasn't quite what you'd call a coastal city. It was beside the Pacific Ocean. But in other terms, it meant the sun rose over the ocean. To watch the sun as it set over the horizon, you'd have to head towards the Sea of Japan. Thanks to its overall length of several dozen kilometers, you could see it over Hamamatsu Lake. You could, but it was ultimately just a lake. If you weren't in just the right position, your view would be obstructed in some form. Somewhere decently high and open would be necessary. Although I was sure it was a coincidence, our academy's roof met all these conditions. Don't be so down.
落ち込んでんじゃねえけど。
Sound incredibly disappointed. Guess you really had loved that spot. I was disappointed too. It sucked that I couldn't see that sight for a while. It had felt like the golden color from those twin sunsets as it reflected off the horizon had engulfed the sky and the entire world. At some point or another, I'd become enthralled by it. Ria made her way up close to the lake. Don't fall in.
お前じゃねえよ。
Ugh, that reminded me. I had fallen in when we were little. That was when Sylvie saved me and we became friends. Ria carefully discerned the lake's boundaries and treaded onto the wet grass.
この湖ってさ、
Yeah?
永遠に繋がってるって話あったよな。
Huh? What was that all
こ
about?
の湖に入った者は輝ける永遠の時間へ旅立つ。覚えてない？
Oh, that's why she mentioned it. Sylvia and he fell into the lake. Is that why? Oh my god, if that's why, by God, Ria, that's kind of a dumb reason. How did it again? I vaguely remember hearing about it when hearing something about it when we were little.
キャンプだよ。ほら、いくつか聞いたじゃん、おとぎ話。
Oh yeah, I totally remember. Was told in a romantic way. It was given a rather dreadful explanation of said fairy tale when I took a local history class back in elementary school. It said you wouldn't ascend into eternity by falling into the lake and would simply drift out to sea. Was an interesting story to hear back then. What was it again? Wasn't there someone like Urashima Taro?
湖に船を渡してた男が行方不明になって、300年後に現れたってやつな。
That's really funny now that I think about it. I don't really know where I'd even start picking it apart.
まあ、写真もなかった頃にどうやって300年後確かめたんだって話だわな。
Even no time with photos, I bet people would just believe they were a look-alike if the same thing happened in the year 2300.
今から思えばバカバカしいけど。でも、そんな話ができた理由、今はちょっとわかる。
Ria stopped in place and gazed out beyond the lake. Though the setting sun was out of sight, the lake itself was dyed a reddish
この
gold.
湖は、何回この金色を飲み込んできたんだろう。
I knew how many it could be. More than anyone could ever count for
永
sure.
遠に近い時間をそんな風に過ごして、したら、俺でも思っちゃうだろうな。この湖には、何か素敵な永遠が詰まってるって。
Ria was being quite a romanticist today. Cute. She'd probably get mad at me if I said that out loud, though. It had gotten chilly, so we headed back to the dome. Basically like that Urashima Taro, but, do you remember anything? You brought up tons of anecdotes about that lake.
そうさな。昔話じゃないけど、あれ、事故で死んじゃった友達に手紙を届けるやつ。
Oh, that? The one where if you write a reply in some stationery found in a bottle in the lake and set it adrift, it'll be received by your friend in the past. And so their friend avoided the accident, and they all lived happily ever after. There are too many plot holes, especially in the time paradox. In the time paradox sense. Oh my god! Near the end of the route, they're gonna like find a golden Loveriche emblem and decide, you know what? Let's put it in the Ora box and chuck it into the lake. Is that gonna be the thing that like they don't even find a silver Loveriche emblem? They find a golden one and decide, you know what? Fuck it, put it in the box, chuck the box in the ocean. Not in the ocean, in the lake.
でもいいじゃん。ハッピーエンドで。意味もなく人が死ぬ話より、ずっといい。
Nah, I could say that. I don't know why it was, but that lake had a ton of anecdotes that all involved leaps through time, be it to the past or the future. How weird.
おやすみ、1。
Good night, Ria. We split up. Ah, man. The rooftop got locked off. Given how things played out, I bet we wouldn't be able to get anywhere near it for the rest of the term if that. The easiest we could hope for was in third term, which started in January. Another month and a half. It was a long ways off.
King色ラブリッチェ。憂鬱そうですわね。
Yeah. That was kind of unexpected. Saturday. The roof was blocked off on Tuesday, and it'd been 4 days since then. And that was the last time I'd seen Ria.
だからどうしたんですの？何かあるならおっしゃいな。
Sure. Hey, Mina, what do you think of Ria?
は？
Ria, your neighbor.
ああ、こちらのお隣様。
Since Mina was occupying the room across from me, that would make Ria diagonally opposite of her.
どう思うも何も会ったことありませんわ。ご挨拶に伺っても顔も見せてくれませんもの。
I'm sure. Unless she got half a mind to do so, Ria never left her room. She would randomly drop by my place, but she'd never let me go into hers if I popped over. She'd either be gone or sleep the entire day away and get pissed off if I woke her up. Given how little she interacted with Reina and me, any interaction between the other boarders was non-existent.
リアちゃん？いや、かっこ可愛いとは思うけど、それ以上は特に。ちょっと怖いかもです。
All the boarders responded in kind. There was one other person she got along with, though. But I couldn't ask her how she felt about Ria. To sum her up, she lived in an extremely tiny world. I wasn't about to criticize her for it. It was her life. All was well as long as she lived it in her own way. It was just... I believed I was part of that tiny world and that we were actually tightly knit. Even if you took away my connection to Soma from when we were little, I thought I had a good relationship with Ria. As reality would have it, once you severed the link between us, that rooftop, I couldn't see her whenever I wanted. It wasn't as if I couldn't go see her, but I couldn't find a reason to see her. Could you call us friends given all of this? I was shocked when I made that realization. And here I thought we were close.
さっきから鬱陶しいですわね。気になるなら会いに行けばよろしいじゃありませんの。ほら、スタンドアップ。
Don't you fucking English me? What? She pulled me by the hand.
お隣の相馬さんでよろしかったかしら？ハス向かいのプルテアですわ。今更ですけど、引っ越しのご挨拶に参りました。
A tremendously straightforward approach. I could have done this along if this was her plan.
もしもし？おられませんの？
There was no response, but...
気配がしますわ。中にはいますわね。
Sure, there were sounds coming from inside, like clothes rustling, which should mean she was there, but...
もしもし、相馬さん？もしもし？
She could be asleep, Mina.
なら起こした方がよろしいですわ。真っ昼間ですのよ。
Mina banged on the door without a care. This girl, totally the type to bulldoze anyone good-natured. Not that it was a bad thing, but even if Ria were around, it was a foregone conclusion that she'd ignore us.
もしもし？もしもし？せーな。
Her persistence had ultimately won out. You could hear Ria stirring inside. When... There was a loud bang from inside. Sound of something that had fallen based on timing. Ria, are you okay?
開けますわよ。
It was rude, but she opened the door without permission. Despite the fact that I'd never been inside Ria's room before, I'd gotten a peek inside a couple of times. The room was pretty bare and didn't feel lived in at all. However, the huge luxurious bed definitely caught my eye. It was massive for someone so petite, but ideal for a hermit like Ria. Her bedsheet was tightly wrapped around her legs, and she was holding her head.
落ちたんですの？大丈夫？
Mina rushed over to her, assumed she slipped on the sheets when she tried to get out of bed. I guess it would depend on how harsh an angle she had fallen at, but
大丈夫です。どこを打ちました？
Mina picked Ria
こ
up.
こ？
Did she have any lumps? She touched her head.
触んな
Ria pushed her away in a huff. She quickly kicked and wriggled her way out of the sheets.
なんだよてめえは
すいません、私。
She grabbed her by the collar and threw her out of the room.
手に入んじゃねえよ、うぜえな。
すいません。
Wait, Ria, calm down. She was so enraged that I rushed between them. Luckily for us, she only looked like a delinquent. She calmed down fairly quickly. She was just worried. She heard this awful sounding bang.
いらねえよ。つかてめえらのせいでベッドから落ちたんだろうが。
I'm really, really sorry about that too. Oh yeah, you fell. Are you okay?
カータぶつけたのはカータいって、肘も痛えわ。
That's what happened. She was holding her shoulder. You thought it through. Hardly anyone would fall out of their bed head first. She wasn't exactly a child. Touched her elbow. I brushed it gently. Ria was still angry, but she didn't shake free this time.
二度と触るな。
In spite of the tears in Mina's eyes, she didn't show her a single shred of mercy.
人様の頭に気安く触るんじゃねえよ。
Like I said, she was worried about you too.
肩ぶつけて頭に触られたらムカつくだろ。
I mean, but weren't you holding your head?
それは。
That shut her up for some reason or other.
二度と来んじゃねえ。
すいません。
Oh, that was Mina's own fault, so this outcome was inevitable.
誰にも言うな。
Something is going on her head. She whispered something into her ears that I couldn't hear, then went back to her room. Mina stood there with tears in her eyes.
何があったの？
A group of people had heard the commotion and flocked over. While I downplayed the situation off the cuff, Mina headed to her own room and Chokosaki headed to Ria's. What an horrible day.
大丈夫なの？病院に行かなくても。
Is she fucking bleeding?
いいって。ほんと肩ぶつけただけだから、ベッドから落ちるなんてよくあるしな。
あの子、王女でなければ寮から追い出してやるのに。
そこまでしなくていいって。こっちもちょっと冷静じゃなかった。そっか。あのガキ王女だっけ？やばいかな。
I really do feel like the case is gonna be that was actually like
昨日から落ち込んでるね。
some childhood abuse going. I don't know why. Maybe that's why he thought that she was a boy because she was bandaged or something. Looked like she was basically roughed up. And as a kid, he probably thought like, oh, she must have been playing outside and got roughed up because of that. And I hope that's not the case. Because otherwise, hate crimes need to be done. Anyways. What the fuck's going on over here? Makes sense given her personality. Mina was a perfectionist at heart, the type who expected perfection from both herself and others, so she genuinely hated to inconvenience people.
リアちゃんとは相性悪そう。関わらないのが一番っぽいけど。
They only dealt with each other because of me. I feel just as sorry. I was the one who begged for trouble. Probably knew their personalities wouldn't mesh and avoided each other. Not as a conscious decision, but just a feeling they happened to have. Hope they could make amends after everything that had happened. But that would be a pretty tall order in its own right. In contrast with Ria's different personality, Mina would give her a full-scale apology. That would be way too serious. Only we could find some sort of common ground between them.
およ、梅かしさん。
ゲロ。私は本日仕事ですわ。
Good look out there. Guess she had a place to be. Rolled you out rough. Mina looked visibly bothered by what happened and kept glancing over at Ria's room.
昨日の今日ですし。
やめた方がいいと思う。
Rather than going to give some poorly thought out apology, I think you'd be better off if you gave her time to let it go.
でしょうか。
May not suit Mina's overly sincere disposition, but that degree of leniency fit Ria's personality best. Mina looked back at Ria's room a few times, reluctant to leave. Huh? She clenched her fingers in midair, as if she were recalling some sensation. What the?
行ってきますわ。
You could hear the helicopter's propeller outside. Her ride was here, and off she went.
お姫様は移動も豪快だね。
Elena cackled. A hand gesture Mina made weighed on my mind, but I quickly brushed it off. Like yesterday, this ought to turn out a peaceful day. Up until that moment.
移動にヘリコプターまで使うなんて、お仕事詰め込みすぎよ、エル。
申し訳ありません。依頼が多いのです。
マリアのことでわがまま言ったから仕方ないけれど、今日は何だったかしら。
病院の慰問です。日本政府指定の難病患者を慰問します。
あれか。まあ、慰問先では大抵喜んでもらえるからいいのだけど、その様子をカメラで撮られるというのが、なんだか好感度を稼いでるみたいでいまいちだわ。
その効果を見越しているからこその公務です。
みんな、どうかした？はい。寮の中でトラブルを起こしてしまいまして。
何か？必要とあれば我々が動きますが。
なんでもない。私が一方的にご迷惑をおかけしただけですわ。そう。何をしたかは知らないけれど、反省するのはいいことね。誰にご迷惑をかけたの？近くの部屋の、相馬さんとおっしゃる方に。
Oh, no. And just like that. Sonny just like.
この後どうする？
There you go, it's back! Got nothing going on at
せ
all.
っかくの日曜だし、なんか食べに。何うっさいな。
姫様、着陸までお待ちを。
She just jumps out, breaks her kneecaps, and just starts crawling towards Ria's room. Whoosh! Bam! Looked like the helicopter had circled back and was hovering above the grass, but Sylvie got off anyway. Her heels were broken. Had she jumped out? Once her eyes, which I had never seen bloodshot before, spotted me.
相馬くんの部屋は？
Huh?
相馬くんはどこ？
The hell was under the bag?
相馬。相馬？リアちゃんの部屋なら、オーロの隣だよ。
Dash. Didn't hesitate to rush down the hall. Sylvie opened the same door her sister had pushed open before without so much as a knock. Aw. Not that I felt like stopping her, but maybe I should have.
おい、誰だ勝手に。
Oh boy. First was the little sister, and now our big sister was moved to tears. Ria tilted her head, looking defeated.
おい。
It wasn't me! Seriously, I didn't say a word! I tried to hide it! I was asking too much to begin with. Trying to run away from a beloved family, childhood friend, out of all things.
待て待て
She hugged her! Then she dragged her down to the floor little by little.
相馬くん、会いたかった。相馬くん。
わかったからちょっと。
なんなんこれ。お姫様と、不良さ
I'll explain later.
ん？よくわかんにゃけど。信じてたわ。またきっと会えるって。
キスはやめろ。
いやいや、もう顔中にチューしちゃう。いいですわぞー。
Ria flailed and struggled, but she was completely helpless. She really didn't have any real physical strength, huh? Sylvie held Ria's face firmly between her hands.
相馬くん。
They stared into each other's eyes so close their noses could nuzzle.
わかる？
わかるって。顔はわかるけど性格変わったなお前。誰か助けろ。
やっと降りられ。姫様
Eldest Mock said, "What the fuck?" Sylvie simply couldn't contain herself. 2 hours later, Misawa managed to calm Sylvie down and brought her somewhere out of the public
み
eye.
んな追い払ってきた。
助かります。
いえいえ。あ、ラムネもらうね。
Sure. Elena was so overly familiar with my place that she immediately opened the fridge the second she walked into my room. Ella sighed. I wasn't sure what point that was to her being here.
相馬くん。
はいはい。くっつくな、暑苦しい。
冷たい。そういうクールなところも素敵よ。
Not that it mattered at the moment, since this was a far bigger issue.
もう、オーロったらどうして教えてくれなかったの？
I'll only say this now that everything's played out this way, but she asked me not to tell. Don't blame me.
相馬くんはどうして？
このままフェードアウトした方がいいと思ったの。お姫様の人生からはな。俺みたいなタバコスパスパがそばにいると、やっぱまずいんだろ。
よろしくありませんね。以前お会いした時、もっと強く止めるべきでした。
そういうわけ。
もう、そんなの気にしなくていいのに。ほら、こっちに来て、相馬くん。隠れてた分、愛のスリスリを受けてもらうわよ。
いや、
大好きよ、相馬くん。
Precious.
だから
シルビー様、喫煙動向より今の方が危険です。おやめください。妃殿、なんで取った今？
高値で売れそうだなぁと。相馬くん、柔らかい、いい匂い。
いい匂いじゃねえだろ、やに臭くて。っていうか、こら、変なとこ触ってる。ってなんでてめえは黙って見てるんだよ。
I actually rather like girls' love, so there's no way I'd ever tell you to stop.
言うな。
写真を渡しなさい、妃。
やだね。うちのパソに転送しちゃった。
パソ？転送？よくわかりませんが、ほら、渡して。
There's coincidentally a high concentration of lyrical waves over here too.
男ってバカしかいねえ。
She looks fucking dead inside.
ほら、もういいだろ。たく、俺が言うのもなんだけど、キャラ変わったぞ、シルビー。昔はもっとおとなしかった。
そうね。相馬くんとイチとの楽しい思い出が変えてくれたの。
たく。
相馬くんは、変わってないわ。
Huh? I remember it being quieter back then too, actually.
それは、そうね。当時はいたずらっ子だったイチの戒め役って感じで。でも優しいところはちっとも変わってない。
Sylvie reached out her hand with a great big grin. Ria became a total pushover the moment Sylvie touched her cheek. She would accept whatever happened to her. Maybe the sight of her really was gentle. Then Sylvie suddenly moved her head from Ria's cheek to her ear and to the nape of her neck.
まだ使ってくれてるのね。
お気に入りだからな。
Wonder what she meant. The pendant from before. Oh, yeah, there was something about that pendant I've been curious about for the longest time. Hey, Sylvie, I'm all for female romance, so I'll stay calm no matter how you answer this. But tell me, was Ria your first love? But based on how you're acting, you knew she was a woman. For what it was worth, they were supposed to have both taken part in an accessory-making activity just for women while we were at a camp. Which would mean... I want his ideas to jump straight to conclusions.
安心しろ。俺らどっちもレズじゃないから。
I see. I'm partially disappointed, but partially relieved.
ああ、そういうこと。もう、やめてよ、オーラ。私たち、そんなんじゃないわ。
はあ、よかった。
Elle just over like...
最初は男の子だと思っていたけど、ちゃんと教えてもらったわ。女の子だって。
That's how it went.
お前にも何度か教えたんだけどな。何回言っても冗談だと思って聞き流されたけど。
I'm sorry.
それでもこれは、私にとって初恋の思い出なの。
Sylvie fished through her pocket and pulled out a golden ring. That golden ring. As she petted dearly, as if it brought back some memory. She looked at me. Huh?
それはいいとして。
Confusion? It just sits there like, the fuck's this all about? Imagine once Sylvia bringing any of this up. I'll stop the subject short.
相馬リア殿ですね。
She stared straight at Ria. And she seemed to have come to some sort of understanding.
なるほど。よーく見ると顔の作りは全く同じですね。髪は色も長さも全然違いますが。
She gave a less than pleasant scowl after Elle said something to her.
鋭いな。見て分かったやつは初めてだわ。
私ではありません。シルビー様が絶対そうだとおっしゃるので。
ああ、納得。
相馬くんを私が見間違うわけないじゃない。
何のこと？
あのね。
あー待てシルビー。それシークレット。
あ、そうなの。じゃあ、ごめんなさい、レイナ。言えないわ。
What's she talking about?
では、ここでこの話題は避けますが、お話があります。シルビー様たっての希望で、後でお時間をお願いします。
ご本人直撃は受け付けてねえんだけどな。特別だぞ。
恐縮です。
This all went over my head.
まあ、とにかく、びっくりしたよ。リアちゃんまでシルビーと繋がってたなんて。
Sylvia, Ria, and I all became connected at the same time, to be exact. Three childhood friends reunited 10 years later in the same place, all by sheer coincidence. It was nothing short of a miracle, if you ask me. Hamatsu Lake had its fair share of romantic anecdotes. This one was impressive enough that I'd love to add it to the collection.
あと嬉しいよ。リアちゃんとは仲良くしたかったんだけど、とっかかりがなくてさ。この機会に、バディになろうぜ。イェーイ！
イエーイ。
Hold on.
この機会に、バディになろうぜ。イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！
Hold on, let me just...
イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ！イェーイ イェイイェイイェイイェイイェイイェイイェイイェイイェイイェイ Yay!
Loveriche actually
Yay!
said something.
Yay!
Pissed
Yay!
off,
Yay! 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 Yay!
That's not what I wanted. Feck. Ah, yes, it works there. Analytics. Watch time. People watch this so long. People watch this for like 3 minutes. They're like 16 minutes, 0% are there. Like, actually 1% has watched the entire fucking thing. Of the views. What the fuck? This person that did that is, I think, to be classified as clinically insane. Why would you put yourself through an entire hour of Suzuki Kana just going yay? That has got to be some kind of psychological illness. Like, seriously. She whacked her fist about.
こいつはどういうテンション？
She's made up of 99% good intention and 1% practical jokes. A good person at her core. I'd recommend her as a friend.
ま、ダチなんていらねえけど、仲良くしようって来るのを追い返す趣味もない。
友達友達。
The way everything was summed up with every ounce of bitterness ignored left Ria at a bit of a loss. This went for Sylvie too, but she had a real soft spot for good girls.
友達という言葉が適切かはわかりませんが、私もシルビー様に付き従うゆえ、今後は懇意にさせていただくこととなります。よろしく。
This one went directly for the handshake. And Ria reciprocated.
悪癖はやめられませんか？健康に関してもあなたの境遇に関しても百害あって一理なしです。やめられませんか？
She met her smoking.
うるせえな。説教すんな。
Ria turned huffy as if to put her true or twisted nature on full display. But
そうですか。すいません、口うるさいことを。しかし、シルビー様のご盟友が誤った行いをしているなら大変残念です。口出しをできる立場ではないが、私はとても悲しい。とても残念です。
こいつは
She's made up of even more good intentions than Reina.
くそ。
しょぼーん。
気をつけるって。やめるとは言わないけど。
十分です。
Ria had it rough, but it looks like she had a soft spot for good people. You know, this seemed like my chance. Finally, Ichimatsu ordered. We're already pals, but I'll say this outright, let's be friends. I went in for the handshake. Ria tilted her head.
わけわかんねえ。
She turned the handshake
て
down.
めえとはもうダチだろ。
There we are. She gave me the response I wanted. Maybe I'd been too sensitive over not seeing each other for a couple of days. Oh well. Guess I just considered her that important of a presence in my life.
じゃあ、相馬くん、クリスマスよろしくね。
はあ、めんどくせえ。
お願い。昔約束したでしょ？覚えてるわよね。絶対音感同盟。いつか私がピアノを覚えたら、相馬くんは得意な歌で合わせてくれるの。二人でオーロに聞かせてあげるって約束だったじゃない。
その約束は、多分聞かされる奴が忘れてるんだが。
かもね。でも、 私たちは覚えてるわ。
はいはい。
1に続いて相馬くんまで。
さすがに偶然にしても怖くなる頻度です。仕事の面から見れば助かりましたね。龍蔵寺といらぬ折衝を行わずとも、ご本人とコンタクトが取れてしまうとは。
相馬くんとまた会えたのも嬉しいけど、これでいつでもマリア・ビショップに接触できるってことでもあるのよね。ほんともう最高。お姉様。あらみな、今日はありがとう。お仕事を代わってくれて。いえ。それより、彼女、昨日のこと。ああ、お話は聞いたわ。相馬くん、怒鳴ったから妹が怯えてるかもって気にしていたわ。怒鳴られたのは私のミスです。私のこと、何と言っておりました？特には、私の可愛い妹だってことは伝えておいたから、いつまでも尾は引かないと思うわ。そう。触ったんですって？驚いたでしょ？でも、触れないであげてね。あれはオーラにも隠していることだから。はい。本当にもう一度会えてよかった。もう二度と会えないって思ってた。そう本人に言われてたから、もう一度会えて、お話できて、声が聞けてよかった。
I'm starting to get more and more panicky because apparently this route is depression, as far as I've heard. And like, people have multiple times mentioned something when touching her hair, her head. Is there something wrong with just kind of terminal? I'm starting to get that feeling. And it's not exactly a feeling I appreciate. Got someone streaming over here, what the fuck? Ah.
本当は、もう二度と会えないはずだったんだから。
That, oh no, I just put two and two together. It is kind of strange that he literally remembers nothing. So what if the loss of memory is due to trauma? Really, something happened back there that actively, like, was something that, like, horribly affected Ria, which traumatized him, which caused him to just forget everything. What if that's the case? Oh no, please don't let that be a case. On Party on Christmas.
うちの領事館で。
学園の連中を集めてだとさ。お姫様のやることはスケールが違うよな。
After school, Ria came over to my place now that the school roof was officially blocked off. Sylvie, of course, was the one who invited her. Timing had apparently worked out perfectly to meet. She was constantly busy with work, but she was able to make time today. And naturally, I was not opposed to offering a meeting place. Which brought us to this conversation.
ねえ、オーラも来てくれるわよね。
Ah, it's tough to answer when it's still a month
予
off.
定ねえだろ
I don't. It was Christmas, but I didn't have any plans nor a girlfriend to spend it with. But you can't deny the possibility that I might end up with plans in the next month, don't you think? Not sure I can make any promises yet, especially since there's a chance I might find someone to spend Christmas with in the upcoming month.
そうなんだ。残念。
めんどくせこいつ。
Oh, shut up! The odds of me finding a girlfriend in the next month, they aren't awful.
彼女できたとして、一緒に来るには最高なロケーションじゃねえか。領事館パーティー。
Good point. But still, I dislike the idea of saying I'll go since I have no Christmas plans right now as a matter of pride.
はぁ、シルビー。こいつにパーティーにはどんなゲストが出るか言ってやれ。
でも、さあね。
Sylvie was momentarily confused by Ria's suggestion, but then she got an impish grin on her face for some reason. Yes.
マリア・ビショップをキャスティングできたの。
I'm coming. For real!
私も大好きだもの。オーロは来ないの？オーロもファンのはずよね。ちなみに相馬くんは来ると約束したわ。
I'll go! I'll definitely be there! Save a seat for me!
はーい。
The two of them were grinning in the oddest way for whatever reason. It bugged me somewhat, but that wasn't most important. Are you serious? I'll seriously get to see Maria live. Will she sing?
もちろん。
つか歌オンリーな。一曲歌ってすぐ帰る。
トークは？
やだよ。やだと思うマリア・ビショップは。そうだよな、ファンの目から見て。
Definitely, she never does chat with the audience. That was her persona. I knew every single program she appeared on, so you knew it was true if I said it. Although, from what I'd seen her in person, she enjoyed conversation more than you'd expect. Her laid-back personality seemed like an extension of her performance skill. Even then, that's fine. I can't wait. I wonder if she'll remember me. I told you we met the other day, didn't I? I touched her. Maria totally touched me.
さあ。
そんなにマリア・ビショップに触られると嬉しいんだ。
Of course.
それは素晴らしい。よかったな、イチ。記念に握手してくれ。
Huh? Sure. Held her hand. What's with this?
いいじゃん。お前がマリア・ビショップにタッチできた記念だよ。
That's right, it was the best moment that may or may not happen in an entire lifetime. Oh, that expression! That facial expression on Mia! There's so much smug going on, and I love it. Why are you smirking so much, Sylvie?
なんでもないわ。ニヤニヤなんてしてないわ。
I was just red smoking instead of smirking. Oh, I don't got it.
でも、約束が果たせるのが嬉しいわね。
Promise?
俺とシルビーの共通点、覚えてるか？
In common. I have to say, you're both gorgeous.
いやん。
そういううざいのはいい。
You both have extraordinary figures. I guess this one's not right.
そうね。私と相馬くんじゃ背の高さから何から違うわ。
だな。んで？てめえが今スタイル抜群を取り下げた理由を聞こうか。ちなみにシルビーは俺から見てスタイル抜群だ。
Aside from that, your hair color?
それは、
共通点だな。
ええ。共通点ね。
The two of them shared another knowing smirk. What's their deal? Natural blonde and dyed blonde were clearly different.
でもそういう外見的なのじゃねえよ。探すな。特にシルビーと並べて、比べられると嫌だわ。
Sorry. Most women would undoubtedly hate to be compared to such an outwardly flawless princess. But then I thought Ria was plenty cute enough in fact to hold her own with Sylvie. If you don't want to be compared, then tell me the answer. What do you have in common? Ria let out a huge snide sigh.
ほらな。やっぱり忘れてた。
みたいね。オーロらしいわ。
They shared a smirk almost like this was what they had expected. Bam! They kicked the table. What's going on?
ミノフラット。
ミノフラット。
Then came commentary I didn't fully understand. Oh, but they had just... And shockingly didn't have the ability to confirm, but they had made such a big show of it. It had to be... Perfect pitch?
生まれつきな。
Wow.
よかった。オーロ、もう絶対音感がどんなものかは知ってるみたいね。
昔は何回説明してもさっぱりだったもんな。最後は、特定の音波を出して敵を攻撃する能力者みたく思ってたっけ。
Like I could help it? That was a decade ago. I don't remember this, but when kid me heard a stylish sounding term like pitch perfect, my first thought must have been it was some kind of superpower.
結局オーロには分かってもらえなかったけれど、私たちが音に強いということは分かってくれて、それで私たちに言ってくれたのよ。音楽を始めろ。将来上手くなったら俺に聞かせてくれって。私がピアノを始めた発端だったわ。
For real? I don't remember any of that. That was true.
天才ピアニスト、シルビア王女の原点は、お前の無責任な発言ってこった。
I felt so strange, like I'd messed up and done awesome and all in one. Wow, I'm shocked. Huh? You don't perform music, do you, Ria? What the heck? You're so cold-hearted. You should leverage your perfect pitch and let me hear some impressive musical performance too.
うぜえ。
Near Sylvie worked so hard.
はいはい。後でカスタネットでもうんたんしてやるよ、うるせえな。
sorry. It wasn't an responsible verbal agreement, and it would have been fine if they hadn't followed through.
もう言っちゃえばいいのに。
Huh?
なんでもないわ。それより相馬くん、そのカスタネットでうんたんはいつ頃聞かせてくれるの？
I'm surprisingly curious too. I'd love to see you say untan.
うるせえ！
The three of us could rattle on forever and never get sick of talking. Of course, it was the same when I was alone with Sylvie or Ria too. Childhood friends were a wondrous thing. Even after we'd been apart for a decade. Always reminded me of how things were between us in those days. In those days.
相馬くん。
We'd only been together for a few days. I had largely forgotten how we'd spend our times together. But that one detail I remembered vividly was that it had been fun. The fun times we'd shared had forever left that impression on me. Still, it was strange. Every day together had been so much fun. But at the end, I felt like something horribly shocking had happened. It's a fucking trauma! What's the term again? Hold on. Dissociative amnesia. Is that what he has? Yes, I do too watch Daryl Talks Games. That kind of shit is actually very interesting. So in fact, back when I was like fucking, 15, 16, I wanted to become a psychologist / therapist. That never fucking worked out. Anyways. As we found ourselves in the 12th month of the year, winter truly felt like it had arrived, mainly due to the temperature. Too cold!
こんな時こそ、魂を燃やすんですよ。ほら、先輩、ファイヤー！ファイ
Radio
ヤ
calisthenics were plenty rough too. When...
ー！おはようございます。
Morning, Mina.
カミナルさん。
Mina had revealed Ria's identity to Sylvie. Not a single part of what she'd done could be called problematic, but there was one thing that bothered me. This girl, Mina. She'd been depressed ever since Ria yelled at her. It would be best if I spoke to her today. Skipped radio to calisthenics and had her step aside with me for a while. He isn't worried about what happened anymore.
存じております。お姉様から聞きましたし、ご本人にも言われましたわ。
Oh, you saw her?
ええ。彼女がお姉様とディナーをなさった日に、ちょうど私も居合わせまして。
So we had gotten together without me at some point since the three of us met up. Nah, two girls getting together was fine, but it made me feel kind of lonely.
私の無礼は許していただきました。ただ気落ちしているのは、無礼ではなく、私自身の問題ですわ。
Wasn't entirely sure what she meant, but her eyebrows were furrowed.
怖いと思ってしまいました。普段は慰問だなんだと偉そうにしておいて、所詮、あらかじめ知らされなければ、あんなにも慌てふためいてしまう女ですわ。 お姉様がおっしゃっていたっけ？好感度稼ぎのようだと。私のは本当にただの好感度稼ぎやもしれませんわ。自分が嫌になる。
What do you mean? This is ultra abstract for me to wrap my head around. Did I breathe a wry grin from me now?
ねえ、市松さん。
What? What happened to calling me plebeian like usual?
私は彼女、相馬さんの前でかっこつけていられませんでしたわ。情けないことに、これからもできる気がしない。必ずこの自分の中の弱さが出てしまって、それを見透かされてしまうと思う。あなたは彼女の前では、かっこよくいてください。できるかどうかはいい。かっこつけていてくださいな。
ミナが？
I am getting more and more worried as time goes on. Yeah, she was acting kind of weird.
そう。ミナのことは気にしなくていいわ。ちょっとナイーブになってるだけだから。私は10年前に乗り越えたことだけど、ミナは今みたいね。大人になるいい機会だわ。
Yeah, that's a glass, alright. Of course I'm gonna say something, Kira. Jesus Christ. Seriously though, like, thus far in this route, the amount of red flags would give a bull a heart attack. I should have probably said that before I wrote it.
人間誰しも訪れることだもの。
Just come out with it, Sylvie. Tell me what's going on. What's wrong with Ria? I wasn't dumb enough at this point that this point had eluded me. Mina was shocked by something she learned about Ria. The only issue was that I didn't know what that was.
ごめんなさい。私からは言えないわ。相馬くんが望んでないもの。相馬くんに聞いて。
Sylvie coldly pushed me away and turned back to the piano. Pushed me away? That wasn't right. It wasn't that she pushed me away. Sylvie just felt distant. Like she wanted to put space between us and gloss over something she so desperately wanted to tell me.
ねえ、オーロ。私はオーロが大好きだし、相馬くんが大好きよ。そしてまた、愛されてる自信もあるわ。相馬くんもあなたも、私のことが大好きだって。
Yeah, I did love her.
だから相馬くんも同じだと思うの。相馬くんはオーロのこと大好きだわ。ね？だって、オーロは相馬くんが大好きでしょ？屋上ってまだ閉められてる？
Yeah, still is. When I came back, I found Ria wearing her school uniform. Must have planned to go to the academy, which had to mean she intended to go to the roof. Fortunately, it wasn't meant to be.
なんで俺あの時タバコ落としたんだろう。
Well, actually, the biggest issue is that you were smoking it all.
知ってる。
Ria sat on the bed in an accustomed fashion. I wanted up and ask what had scared Mina. My hesitation won out. First and foremost, I doubted she'd even tell me. I assume I were to ask what startled Mina so much the other day. Ria would likely tell me to shut up, ignore me, or play it off as some joke. Secondly, I didn't want to take her off. She had gotten so angry back then. It was undoubtedly something Ria didn't want anyone to know, so I didn't feel like I should pry. I feel like he doesn't need to pry. He just needs her to realize he knows something is wrong. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows it must be uncomfortable for her to talk about, so he won't pry. But if she ever feels ready to tell him, he's there for her the entire time. Like, don't hey, what's wrong? Just say, I'm aware something must be going on that scared Mina. I won't pry. You obviously do not want me to know. But just know that if you ever want to talk about it, I'm right here. Just make that known. Don't completely fucking shut off. Anyways, just... and thirdly, I was scared. I was terrified. I found out our relationship might never be the same. These days, I considered her my best friend. She was different from Torio, Reina, the guys in class, and even Sylvie. Felt like the girl named Sol Maria would slip away from me.
Ichi? どうした?
Nah, nothing. She noticed I was spacing out. Ria peeked dubiously over at me. I was wondering what I should do for dinner tonight. Played it off with whatever idea I could come up with. What are you planning to have tonight?
適当に冷凍かな。
Hey now.
冷凍バカにすんなよ。最近のやつって少なくともファミレスとかよりははるかにうまいぞ。待ってろ。
She had a doubt for a second. She came back with several bags in her
今日
hand.
は教育がてら、お前に冷凍食品の世界を教えてやる。
As I know what I'm having for dinner then. It was frozen food for you. That was frozen food for you. It was ready to go in no time. In no time flat. But fried onigiri? Are you for real? I wonder what earth-shattering item she'd offer up. And the first thing that came out was fried onigiri of all
信
things.
頼しろ。これはガチで店が開けるレベルにうまい。
I mean, sure, I doubt there's any fried onigiri that's actually all that bad. It was delicious when I gave it a taste. Crispy on the outside with an incredibly rich soy sauce aroma that ran through your nose. But it was still fried onigiri. As that thought went through my mind.
イチ、覚えてる？
I remember just now.
一緒に食べたよな。あの日も。
I'd forgotten any of the details, but I did remember that we'd eaten these at the camp. Hang on a second, that wasn't fried onigiri.
そう。飯盒の焦げた飯。醤油塗ってさらに焦がして、外側の焦げを適度に落とすとうまい。あのキャンプで得た一番の教訓だったわ。
Charred rice, if you were going to reproduce it, I guess fried onigiri worked best. It was scrumptious. Yeah, you know, we spent lots of time together without Sylvie too, didn't we?
なしでもっていうか、シルビーがいなかった時間の方が長えよ。誰かさんはお姫様にデレデレして、そこ以外の記憶放棄したみたいだけど。
That's right. I met Ria, Soma, quite some time before we ever met Sylvie. It was only after Soma and I become good friends that Sylvie got added into the mix. I did have a perverted spirit, and that just showed how big of an impact she'd left on me. Oh, when I tried to jog my memory, Soma's face.
ごっそさん、まだなんか食う？
Well, nah, no thanks, I'm full. I ate way too much fried onigiri when I went down the ride on memory lane.
じゃあ今日の講義はここまで。これがベストだけど、これ以外もうまい冷凍は多いから、今度改めて教えてやる。
Ria tossed the leftovers into my freezer. I was was happy she'd automatically arranged for a next time. Drowsiness must have set in, but now that she'd eaten, and the deal let out a tiny yawn. But it didn't look like she was in the mood to leave yet, and flopped back down on my bed. I don't want to do anything was written on her face. She had been acting pretty low energy all day. Want to watch another movie or something?
そうする。
Better just spend some quiet time together. We'd watched a movie together back in October. We'd watched a movie together back in October too, but it was far chillier now than back then. We sat on the sofa with a thin sheet draped over us. You're not cold?
まだちょっと寒い。
Then, what do you want to watch? A fucking course. I know it's not something I have to do, but by God, there's such... Oh, the window opacity is all the way up, actually. Like, that, it's just tasteless, in my opinion, right now. What do you want to watch?
静かなやつ。
Oh yeah, then, what do we have? Flip through the options. Then, I didn't have too many quiet movies on hand, since I generally preferred more intense flicks. I had some scenery-centric ones, but Ria wouldn't go along with those.
ああ、それ。
Huh.
それいい。
One in particular caught her interest while I was randomly scrolling through. I stopped where I was. Wait, wasn't this? Yeah, why not? If she said so, we could go with this one. It was a French film. I had to agree that softly spoken hard to make out French fit the peaceful movie requirement to a T. Only problem...
なあ、セックスしてる？
Yep. As far as the movie went, it wasn't actually that peaceful. The opening was peaceful while it followed the protagonist's carefree, solitary journey chasing the sights. But then, midway through, the protagonist started to strip all of the women he'd ensnared. I'm sure you could piece this together, but
うわ、でかいおっぱい。
I'm grateful.
なあ、これもしかしてこの前見たやつ？
You didn't notice? It was indeed the same movie I watched with Ria before. The horn-dog protagonist spends the start of the film screwing as many women as he could get his hands on, but then falls for the main heroine by the halfway point, who then up and dies. Oh no, Ria's gonna die, isn't she? I have a very bad feeling about this. What the fuck? I just saw that my brother sent me a message. So I decided to go and check, and the thing I see is a YouTube link to a video titled Compilation of Mort Being Insane. What the fuck, dear brother of mine? What the fuck? I am dreading the fucking... What's the fucking phrase? The morning, that's the one. I'm dreading the morning I'm probably going to be put through by the end of this route. So please.
何選んでんだよ。セックスばっかだな、お前。
You're the one who picked it.
それもそうか。
Want to put on something else?
いいよ。今更一から見るのはめんどい。
Agreed. The movie had its lively moments, but went back to being peaceful towards the end. I'll just wait for it.
にしても、フランス語ってほんと判別できねえな。
Yeah, I've seen this movie twice now, and all I can remember is hearing that old lady's heavy breathing.
あー、この鶏みたいな喘ぎ方覚えてる。でもセリフは全然。フランス人や津軽の人って大丈夫かな？こんな言葉で意思疎通できてんのかな？
Ah, my knee. You're gonna upset the French and people from Aomori. Wait, you didn't notice? Figured it out the second I first put it on.
気づかねえよ。題名見てないし。
Footage though, don't you remember how the scenery looked at the start, for instance?
ああ。うん、覚えてない。
You need a certain degree of concentration when you watch movies.
はいはい。
Ria turned her attention back to the film and went back to relaxing. Almost like it were second nature, she snuggled up against me. The tiny side of her head plopped against my shoulder.
メインヒロイン、こいつだっけ?
Yeah, her introduction was pretty boring. I hadn't realized that this was the main heroine the first time I watched. I had no idea what this director had in mind, but I wish they directed in a way that was a little easier to understand. Despite being the main heroine, she was introduced with the exact same direction as all the other women the protagonist had one-night stands with. But maybe that's why it feels kind of different when you watch for a second time.
こいつと恋に落ちるんだなーって思うと、確かになんか違うかも。
Everything the protagonist did made it seem like he really was going to hit it and quit it, and when it came to the main heroine, but his reasoning made more sense the second time around. How
キ
strange.
スしてる?
When you look closely, this is actually the first time this pervy protagonist hasn't stuck his tongue in.
真実の愛を下のあるなしで描くなよ、たく。でもこいつ、この時点で完全にこの女にハマってるんだよな。
Definitely. Scenes kept transitioning. Sex with the heroine came to a straightforward end, and then the next stage was gone. Even as the protagonist pursued her, he was coldly avoided. That was when the protagonist lost his cool. Well, it kind of reminded me of how things went when I couldn't see Ria for a while. We couldn't meet up since the rooftop got locked, and felt like our connection had been severed all too suddenly. I seemed pretty thrown off at the time too.
あ、またキスした。
Yeah, the reunion was well in progress on the screen. They were sharing an intense kiss.
キスってさ、
ん?
どんな感じ?
As if I'd know, why ask me?
ああ、じゃあ経験はないと。
Nope, shut up.
なんで怒るんだよ。
I'm not mad.
怒ってんじゃん。
It wasn't that I was mad. My speech just turned gruff out of embarrassment, since I had just wondered what kisses were like at just this very moment myself. The way I imagine it, they're no big deal, I'd assume.
同感。してみる?
Why?
いや、大したことないんだし。
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like they were. Even if it wasn't reason enough to go out and do it, they weren't a big deal. Ria flipped a glance over at me. Her eyes met mine, then quickly turned away. Oh. What's this adorable reaction about? Timidly, Ria looked my way again. Hang on a second, don't look at me. She stared at me like that adorable face right now. An accident might have just happened.
大したことないな。
You said it. My mind went blank and I was too up in the class to know what I might be saying. What in the world were we doing? This didn't feel like something friends were allowed to do. All the thoughts in my mind vanished into the sensation of those comfortable lips in the next instant. They were soft, felt wonderful. I knew this was wrong, and yet to not do this was no longer an option. Yet Ria was especially aggressive and rubbed her mouth forcefully against mine. I reciprocated and began pressing back. It was forceful enough that it might even crush her fragile body, but I hugged her tightly all the same. Ria's hair dangled down heavily and rubbed against my cheek. It was in the way, but I brushed it aside. Slide. She backed off out of nowhere. Ria broke free from my hand that held her and ran away from me. Now with that, I promptly regained my composure. What were you doing? Why didn't it turn out this way?
帰るわ。
Sure. That's the reason why she has blonde hair now. Not because she dyed her hair, but it's actually a wig. And she has cancer. That's why she doesn't need to fucking care about smoking anymore. And that's why she's so touchy about people touching her hair because they could accidentally move the wig. Ignore that. I feel very panicking about this. Panic! Panic! I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Alright, I'm back and I brought something. It's a fucking umbrella. I need to use this kind of stuff to keep my energy up because you're falling for a terminally cancerous person. I bet you right now. Ria left the room without even finishing the movie. What had I done? Went limp and slumped down onto my bed. The movie the protagonist whispered lovingly into the main heroine's ear after she passed on. Just now I was probably trying to do it, wasn't I? I had found something within me. It came as a decent shock that I had looked at Ria that way, at someone whom I thought was just a friend, but it left me feeling numb for the rest of the day. I couldn't chase after or patch things up with her. I didn't know how to process these feelings or verbalize what it meant for our relationship, or even to consider what that sensation had been. He felt that she was wearing a wig. So Maria, childhood friend, delinquent, neighbor. Appearance, cute. Personality, questionable. That covered all the basic personal data I had on Ria. I really shouldn't say this, but she was an iffy person to fall for. She was cute, though. She was also violent, disorderly, had a foul mouth, and cynical. The single part implied equally to me, but there was no helping that. But from a womanly standpoint, there was nothing to compliment but her looks. But nobody but me would fall for her. Sylvie was a Soma-kun supporter for that matter. Why had I fallen in love with her? Just maybe. Our childhood really was to blame.
ねえ、イチ。
Yeah?
イチってやっぱり、シルビーのこと好きなの？
Where did this come from? Like, hey, she is crazy cute, I guess.
そうだね。
But if I had to guess, she probably likes you, Soma.
いや、面倒はよく見てるけど。
Dang, you're so lucky. You made it sound like Sylvie's in charge of taking care of you an awful lot.
まあ、仲いい子が行くのが普通だしね。
How'd you come to me?
性別でしょ。
Yendar?
なんでもない。
Fine then, I won't give up. If I told her I like her, I wonder if I could give her a smooch. Like, you know, foreigners in the movies are quickly to give out smooches, right?
イチのそういう正直なとこ好きだよ。
Help me out too, Soma! You aren't interested in Sylvie anyway.
友達としては好きだけど。
Well then talk me up to Sylvie, would you? She'd be happy if it came from you. It's okay, right? I'm begging you, please, please.
ちょっとだけだよ。
Alright! I wish I hadn't remembered this after I fell in love with her. I was so lame as a kid. No matter when my memories came back to me, Ria was quite different from who she was way in the past. She was meek, kind, and with zero delinquent qualities. What could have happened in these past 10 days? It also piqued my curiosity, but I knew plain as day, no matter how cynical she may be now, just how kind and wonderful a person she was. That portion of her remained to this day. So once my emotions were kicked into gear, I began falling for her more with each passing moment. Tough spot to be in, huh? Went to visit Ria so we could talk about what had happened yesterday. But she pretended to be out. There were signs she was around though. Ria! She refused to open the door.
おかけになった電話は電源が入っていないか電波の届かないところに
Is Elle the phone person? When I tried her cell, she screened my call the first time, then shut it off the second call onward. It would be tough for me to go see her now that things turned out this way. Even though she was right next door. Said, you have the frozen meal I got from Ria for lunch that afternoon. The selection was random enough, with pilaf, pizza, and what have you. It was surprisingly delicious, just as she'd said. You couldn't make light of the latest selections they had out. Despite everything, none of it impressed me as much as the fried onigiri from yesterday.
あら、どっか行くん？
Say, do you know any sort of shop around here that has decent frozen food options?
そうさな。普通にスーパーとかだろうけど、スーパーって一口に言っても冷凍食品の扱いはだいぶ違うよね。
Sorry to have you tag
いい
along
の
with
さ
me.
いいのさ。私も考えてたらちょい興味出てきた。でもどうした？
What's up, though? Have
Only
some
little
awakening to
shopping
frozen meals? Whoops. Maybe I should have, left my headphones on. Then I would have known that that's Serena's line.
急に冷凍食品に目覚
I'm
め
going
た
to shoot myself real quick. Nothing like that. I'd like to get a nice assortment together, so that I'd have them on hand the next time I ate with her. Those frozen meals hadn't been awful, but they couldn't begin to hold up to the experience of eating them together with her. I took my sweet time filling up, then making my way home with bags full of frozen meals. When, I saw Ria talking to Jokazaki about something. I tried calling out to her, but thud, she ran off. Damn it.
喧嘩でもした？
It's nothing like that, actually.
間入ろうか？リアちゃんもう慣れてるし。
Yeah. It wouldn't bug me if it were a fight, but if I gave her space now, she was liable to turn headstrong. The only real option was to force myself into that conversation.
じゃあ、仕事は減らしていくってことで。
頼んだ。
引退なんて言わないでちょうだい。今のあなたを演出するのにどれだけ苦労したか。
頼んでねえだろ。勝手にネットに上げたり、勝手に歌姫がどうこう言い出したり。
謝る必要性は感じないわね。
まあ、おかげで誰かさんのピアノに名前負けしないから、気が楽だけどさ。即引退とは言わないけど、減らすは減らすぞ。そろそろ限界だと思う。
やめてよ。あなたは私の商品よ。勝手にやめられちゃ困る。
はいはい。
それと、昼、市松さんと何か変じゃなかった？
何にもねえよ、うるせえな。
そう。変も何も、あんな庶民とは仲良くしても欲しくないんだけど。それと、そろそろ検査入院だから、準備をしておいて。
I'm pretty sure this basically confirms it, that there's some kind of problem with her that's gonna be terminal. Veil of darkness. It's always welcomed me into its comfortable embrace. It was the only darkness in this entire large pitch black world that I found comforting. Whenever I closed my eyes, I found myself in a space composed of nothing else but darkness. Really must have been a person who erred on this side. One who was at peace while her eyes were closed. It had to be exactly why I fell in love with Sylvie, that girl whose golden hair suited so well. That golden girl.
ねえ、シルビー。
I was both happy and sad that Ichi had fallen in love with her.
イチのこと、どう思ってる？
イチですか？
I thought it would be wonderful if the two of them became lovers.
大好きですよ。ちょっと声が大きくて怖い時あるですけど。
ああ、うるさいのは我慢してあげて、そのうち慣れるから。嫌いじゃないよね。
もちろん、大好きです。
そう。
Thank goodness. Now, if only those two could find happiness together, then I wouldn't need anything anymore. I could return to the darkness. I would have no lingering attachments to that golden collar. Not if those two could be happy.
どうしてそういうことを言うんですか？
シルビー？
私はいつも好きですけど、相馬くんのことも大好きです。いつも相馬くんも一緒じゃなきゃ嫌です。
Ria's gotta be the reason why she cut her hair. Please don't say things like that, Sylvie. I'm scared. I'm terrified of returning to the darkness. Please, I beg you, Sylvie, please don't pray for that outcome. I'm happy how things are. Please. Don't love me any more than this. The next day came, but I still couldn't see Ria. She was right next door too. But even if she was right beside me, there was no response to my knock. Ria, she wouldn't reply when I called to her either. Sunday had finally come, but I couldn't work up the motivation to do anything unless I made everything right with Ria. I tumbled over into bed. Why'd you run away? Was kissing me that bad? I was pretty confident we both felt the same way about it too. The Sandman was gonna get me if I kept this up. It wasn't even noontime yet. Oh well. I closed my eyes. I had the day off today, so I may as well take a quick nap. If I tried hard enough, then maybe I could figure out how she felt when snoozing the day away and skipping school all the time. Just maybe. I would remember just a little about her. Ah! The static is still on screen. I woke up. Night sweats. It wasn't that bad. Heart was pounding though. Dream? Did I have a dream? I wasn't sure, I couldn't remember. What I knew was that I had remembered something horrendous, and that sole impression lingered in my heart. What in the world was that just now? It was... That! Out of nowhere, I heard what sounded like a chair shifting and screeching across the floor, sound indicating that Ria was home. The irony that she was there, but I couldn't see her, made my chest tight. Oh, damn it. I wanted to see Ria. It'd be better if I brute forced my way in like Mina had before. Nah, you wouldn't call that meeting someone. Even if I got to see her face was pointless, since we'd never have a decent conversation. If I wanted to talk to Ria, I wanted to talk. That was when I finally realized something. I lifted my head. Yeah, there was no need to worry. I just wanted to meet up with Ria. Hey Ria! I faced the wall and spoke, in a more sentimental tone than usual. No reply. She was definitely on the other side. That was all I needed. Yeah, let's go see the sunset. The rooftop may be a no-go, but you know where should work. I'll head out first and wait for you. No reply. I said my piece and headed outside. I was right. Has that always been enough? One-sided request was all it took. All that left was to wait. Or all that was left was to wait. I just had to wait for those sharp ears. It was kind of chilly. Well, I had dressed warmly, so I'd be fine. Had to be patient. I told her let's watch the sunset, but the sun had already gone completely down. Man, she was late. Well, she was a girl, so I'd better forgive her. Patience made you a decent man, after all. Probably would have been upset in the past, though. If the roles were reversed, I'd be annoyed if a guy kept me waiting. But when it was for a girl, the time I spent waiting wasn't so awful. Since it was for a girl. Since it was the girl I had fallen in love with. You're late?
うるせえ。一応来たは来たぞ。でも、夕日はもう沈んだな。じゃあ、また今度。
Hang on! Don't act that way after you kept me waiting for 3 hours out in the cold and practically a human popsicle.
知らねえよ。
At least come to dinner with me.
は?
I ignored that look she gave me and opened up the bag I brought with me. I had a simple gas burner and kettle inside. That, and foil, and...
焼きおにぎり?
The one you gave me before was delicious. I got hooked. I bought a new package yesterday. Did you know they say frozen meals are an ideal camp food?
知らない。
Although the manufacturer may not agree, camping enthusiasts found a way to prepare this kind of thing outdoors. It should be safe to eat as long as it's cooked. This was a method I found after doing a bunch of research about frozen food online. I'd imagine it tastes better if prepared at home, but doesn't this suit the two of us better? Highly annoying.
たく。
Seemingly defeated, her expression softened and she walked towards me. We used a tree that happened to have fallen over as a seat and sat down next to each other. I lit the burner and set up the kettle, as it'd be bad to use direct heat. I placed a net over it, then put the fried onigiri wrapped in tin foil on top.
この方法だと別に冷凍食品のやつを使う必要はないよな。
Yeah, it'd probably make more sense to cook ordinary onigiri. It was originally intended to be microwaved, so going out of your way to make it on an open flame was kind of getting your priorities backwards. It's fine, right? Seasoning and whatnot would be a pain.
ま、味付けはメーカー様に頼った方がうまいもんできるか。
I winked the timing and heated it up enough that it didn't burn.
いただきます。
Here, miso soup.
サンキュー。あれ？白だし？焼きおにぎりには赤だろうが。
As if I care about hang-ups like that. We shared a meal together. It was surprising that things had returned to normal so quickly over something as simple as fried onigiri. How weird. I'd given up just a few hours before, knowing I couldn't see her even if I wanted to. Once we met up, we went back to being our usual selves. I'd eventually guessed that was just how childhood friends worked. This had to be the way Ria and I were meant to be. Hey, Ria.
Huh?
Do you like me? Spat it out.
なんだそれお前急に。
Oh, sorry, that was a bit much all at once, huh? But you did like me, right?
帰っていいか。
Don't run away. If you run off, I'll call out to you in front of your door set, and I'll say you love me in front of all the boarders. No way, that wouldn't be embarrassing. Ria gnashed her teeth. She set down the mug full of miso soup. It's fine if it's past tense, just tell me.
やだ。
Talk about dishonest. Wanted to confirm if that's true, since to be honest, I already knew the answer. I noticed ever since we were little. Soma loves me. I assumed we were both guys back then, so I never imagined it in that sense, but it's obvious when I look back now. She had to have had her reasons for listening to whatever I told her. Soma loved me, I loved Sylvie, and Sylvie loved Soma, who she mistook for a guy. I believe our little love triangle helped the three of us grow even closer over that short time we were together during summer camp.
はいはい、好きだったよ。
Annoyed, she quickly took her head, nodded her head, and faced away. No, exactly as I expected.
昔はな。今は違うぞ。調子乗んな。
No, this wasn't what I expected. You don't anymore?
違うに決まってんだろ。ガキの頃はガキの頃で、今は今だよ。
Her face was bright red. Round on both points. And you know what? When we were kids, I had no interest in someone whatsoever. I thought you were a guy friend, not like I could help it. I had no interest in Soma, but right now I love Ria.
そう。
Really? Perhaps those words came out of my mouth unexpectedly easily. Because a certain princess who said, I love you, like it was her catch. Perhaps, hold on, maybe I should read that as one. Perhaps those words came out of my mouth unexpectedly easily because of a certain princess who said, I love you, like it was her catchphrase had rubbed off on me. I had sorted through my feelings in these past 2 days. I love you, Ria.
何回も言うな。
Sorry. I doubted she wasn't any good at stuff like this. I shouldn't tell her over and over. Feelings were enough. I kissed her. Ria accepted it without running. It wasn't forceful like the other day, more of a peck. My goal was to overwrite how awkward things had been before. Good, overwrite complete, and I obliterate any aversion I felt to kissing along with it.
何すんだよ。
Didn't we do this the other day?
したけど。
No big deal, right? She looked mortified, but didn't agree. Didn't argue the point. She was so cute. And heck, if I really think back, weren't you the one who kissed me the last time? We both leaned into it to be precise. That wasn't enough of a difference to say either of us made the first move. But when our faces drew closer, she was the first to close her eyes, if nothing else. She was the first to initiate a kiss.
はいはい、悪うござんした。
Don't apologize, made me super happy.
あれは映画で、流されたんだよ、映画に。
Didn't sound like she could come up with an excuse. She was angrily trying to downplay what happened. I didn't mean to push her either. I leaned in. Perfect distance for another kiss. Ria didn't run. Smooch. Our lips met like second nature. I'll say this again, Ria. I love you. How do you feel? This was the important part. Who cared about the past, or who kissed who? What was important was how she felt now. I was in love with Ria. These next moments would determine how Ria felt. Although given we safely shared 2 kisses, I went in assuming this would all work out for the best.
うるせえ
Ria stood up and distanced herself from me.
どうでもいい。どうでもいいわ、そんなお前の好きとか。お前が俺を好きとか。どうでもいい。
What does she mean it didn't matter? If she didn't love me, she should just say so. If she was gonna say it, if she wasn't gonna say it, I wasn't gonna give up. Ria, I love you. That's all I wanted to say, but I would like an answer. I don't want anything else. Do you love me? Ria's expression skewed. What the heck? Why did she make that face? Why did she look like she was about to cry?
好きだよ。好きだったし。好きだよ。ずっと大好きだった。初恋だった。初めて人を好きになってずっと好きだった。お前がシルビーを好きでも諦められなかった。 10年間離れてても、忘れられなかった。再会したあの時も、屋上で抱きつきたかった。すぐに俺だって言いたかった。寝てるお前見てキスしようかなって5回くらい迷った。大好きだ。昔も今も、昔から今まで、ずっと全部好きだ。
Her somber voice echoed across the lake. Why had she said it that way? I didn't know. But what she had told me was what he had done.
夜だ!
Oh. She ran away. Why?
来るな。こっち、来ないで。好きだよ。認めた。もう言っただろ。それ以上望まないっつったじゃん。じゃあもういいだろ。こっち、来ないで。
Massive teardrops fell from her eyes. I was sure I couldn't ask for anything more after what she told me. Yeah. Couldn't ask, but also couldn't let it all end here after I'd seen these tears.
くそ、なんで。
Ria violently rubbed the corners of her eyes dry.
やっぱり会わなきゃよかった。お前にもシルビーにも。会っても認めなきゃよかったんだ。俺なんてもういない。そう言ってればよかった。もう、10年も前にいなくなってれば。
Yeah. What was she saying? Why was she crying? The only way I felt about her was...
くそ
Hey, Ria, that direction's... Ria's eyes must have been too watery to see, and she staggered her way towards the lake. It was currently high tide. The shore was damp.
俺、何度も。
Even then, Ria didn't stop.
二人を泣かせてばっかりで。
It was a matter of time before she fell in. Why didn't I act sooner? I headed for the shore, the bottom at my feet icy. The bottoms at my feet icy. Ria somehow floated to the surface. Could I get her out? I needed something to grab onto. A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind. This predicament was worse than I imagined. Huh? Ria surfed for a second, but the next moment her whole body went flaccid. She was drowning. Now she had lost consciousness. Her limp body bobbed helplessly in the water. Ria! I dove in after her. Duh! So cold! The frigid December weather was nothing short of intense. My body heat was snatched from every point of contact. I was freezing. The whole cold water was painful. It was agonizing. When I fell in 10 years ago, hadn't it been August? The water was practically comfortable back then. But now... It was so intense I'd lose consciousness if not for the sense of responsibility I felt. Thanks to Ria's tiny frame, I was able to pull her out of the icy lake with ease. Ria, you alright? No response. She wasn't conscious, she had fainted. I'll be mad. Put a hand against her mouth, turned her head sideways, and put it against her chest. Her heart, I could hear it, she was breathing too. Thank goodness. It wasn't so cold that it had given her a heart attack or anything. It wasn't the worst case scenario, but it was still terrible. I carried Ria over my shoulder. Call the hospital!
どうしたオロ？ずぶ濡れじゃありませんの。
Now might that call an ambulance? What's the closest hospital from here?
リアちゃんどうしたの？
Now mind the hospital! Even ignoring that we were soaking wet, the foyer flew into an instant panic when they saw Ria was unconscious. Reina went out at first, so I managed to work her phone and call for an ambulance, but... Ria! Someone else came rushing over first. Her face went pale when she saw Ria's condition. Then she saw that we were both soaked head to toe, and when she saw that we were both soaked head to toe, she shot me a bloodthirsty look.
ねえオロ、怪我人か病人か教えろって。あとこの場所の責任者がどうとか。
Before even that, Reina intervened, panicked from her first 911 call.
救急車はいいわ。
Tokusaki gave up on attacking me and rushed into a cafe attached to the foyer.
緊急です。車をお願いします。
はい。
The clerk put up their apron and rushed out as well.
私の知っている病院へ連れて行きます。 どなたか、しばらく開けるので、カフェをお願いします。
おうよ。
Shogasaki was a reliable person, so she started giving precise instructions. She wrapped Ria up in a blanket she had brought out and held her in her arms.
あなた、怪我は？
No, I'm not.
そう。平気なようなら、シャワーを浴びてきなさい。風邪をひいても同情されないわ。リアは任せて。
She got into the car as she'd called for.
何事？
Raina ended the long emergency phone call filled with nothing but questions. May have taken on the role as hero spur of the moment, but compared to someone like me, with zero knowledge of emergency treatment, hospitals, or otherwise, Shogasaki was way more reliable and seemed to know how to get a handle on things. Thank goodness she was here. All that left was to leave in the hospital she said she was familiar with. Today had started off hectic and ended horribly. Things were starting to go so well between me and Ria, too. She really fainted because the water was too cold. Definitely was chilly enough to knock you out cold. Something worried me more than that. Before she found the lake, Ria had been panicking for some reason. She said she loved me, right? She said she loved me, and yet... why had she been crying?
Ayaka, あれから戻ってこないよ。携帯も出てくれない。
I see. Sounded like the situation was worse than I thought. Assumed she'd be back by now and waited up the entire night for them to return. No one had heard from Choisaki, and Ria's cell phone was still turned off. Worse than that.
何シルビー、今日休みなの？
ええ、ちょっとね。はぁ、ごめんね、エル。でも、年に2回はお休みをもらえる約束よ。
はい。いえ、今回ばかりは何も言いません。黙って待ちましょう。
ええ。あ、レイナ、オーラに代わってくれるかしら？
ん？はい。
Hello?
オーラ、私よ。相馬くんのこと、大変だったみたいね。ミナから聞いたわ。風邪ひかなかった？
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you with Ria right now?
あ、相馬くん、命に別状はないから安心して。
Right. She'd taken a huge load off of my mind by ruling out the worst possible outcome.
でも、帰るのは少しかかりそう。また連絡するわね。
Yeah. She ended the call there without giving me any details. Life wasn't in danger. But she wouldn't tell me anything more. Something happened. It had been cold, but she had only fallen into a lake. I heard her heartbeat, and she was breathing too. Something more was going on. It was almost like falling into the water had been the entire problem. Headed back to the dorm, the second classes were over, so that I would know immediately if Ria or even if Shogasaki had come home. But Shogasaki had yet to return to the dorm.
あ、ごめん。彩香、病院で怒られたとかで、携帯の電源切ってるの。
Really? Oh, yeah. Thanks. Let me know if she gets in touch at all.
うん。
I've been cut off from them entirely. Sounded like she was still at the hospital, so...
おかけになった番号は現在。
Sylvie and Elle had their phones off too. Guess they had to be at the hospital. Had Ria really not woken up yet? It had been nearly 24 hours already. Cases where people fell into lakes in winter. I looked up similar incidents online. Heart attacks were a common concern, but Sylvie had reassured me that Ria's life was not in danger this morning. Did that mean it had nothing to do with her heart then? There were, however, lots of harsh possibilities. Chilled blood flow to the brain could cause it to trip a breaker and put you into a comatose state, for example. That thought woke me up completely. I was up until a little after 1 o'clock that morning. Looked up the chances as well as any examples of people waking up from a coma. But... damn it. I was the limit of my stamina. Putting it all night yesterday had been a total waste. I had gone over 40 hours without sleep. I practically fell into unconsciousness. I hadn't felt any drowsiness now. Perhaps my brain had been too overloaded by all the bad news and I've subconsciously blocked out the rest. Reasons for heart attacks, or why people might faint. Man, the more I looked into it, the more of my memory I assumed was lost. Old time started to trickle back. My vague recollection of Sylvie when she was little. I got a cute, slightly timid impression of her. But she quickly grew mischievous when playtime came around and I'd caught a glimpse of her current personality. Docile yet mischievous. I remember those two faces of hers. And I recalled that she visually had two different faces too. She cut her hair, hadn't she, while she was in Japan. Why had she done it? That I didn't remember. Now.
エッチには内緒です。ねえ、相馬くん。
She refused to tell me. I guess it's no big deal, really. It's kind of pouty way back then. It felt weird to say this about Kid Me, but I'd been a brat. And Soma had two faces of her own. She still had city reform on her shirt. I'd woke and reinvigorated. Terribly so.
おはようございます、先輩。もう起きてたんですね。
Yeah, morning, Akane. My mind was clear, so much so that I could remember all of the distinct details of my dream. Nothing to remember what sort of condition Ria had been in.
Ria! 相馬くん、目が覚めた？
起きた。よかった。起きたのね、リア。
お二人とも落ち着いて。気分はいかがですか？意識は？この指何本に見えますか？
何？ここ、あれ？なんで病院？
池に落ちたんですって。血圧が急激に変わって体がついていかなかったみたい。
丸一日昏睡状態だったのよ。
そう。そっか。
幸い傷口に雑菌は入りませんでしたので、感染症の心配はありません。しばらくは安静が絶対ですがね。
そっか。全然覚えてない。
もう、心配させないで。心臓が止まるかと思ったんだから。
悪い。位置は？
多くは伝えておりません。まだ気づいていない様子ですので。大変心配はされていました。すぐ目を覚ましたことを伝えますね。
お願い。
事情はどこまで？
目覚ましたから平気まで。
了解しました。
何も教えなくていいわよ、あんなやつ。
もう心配はありませんとご本人が伝えてほしいと。しばらくは安静が必要ですが、すぐに戻ってくるとのことです。
Really, I'm so glad to hear that. So relieved I nearly fell to my knees. I avoided all the worst possible outcomes. Thank goodness. Seriously. So, where is Ria right now? Hospital, right? You think I could visit? I'd really love to see her.
申し訳ありません。詳しい旨は言わないというのが 相馬殿ご本人の希望です。
Why?
失礼。
And off Elle went. She wasn't in her uniform, so she likely had work after this. Couldn't follow her, but she could have at least told me where the hospital was.
あやかっちすら帰ってこないね。
Yeah. In the time, I'd imagine she wouldn't return to the dorm. Given the circumstance, she must have been keeping Ria company. It's a shocker for me that she and Ria were that close, but... more so than that, she wasn't coming back. I wish she'd give me a break on that front.
私もう寝るね。リアちゃん帰ってきたら言って。
Yeah. Lena rubbed her eyes and headed back to her room. Even someone as relatively friendly with Ria as her was instantly relieved once she heard she had woken up. There was no more need to worry. She'll be back in no time. And she'll be back in no time. That had to be her mindset. That was the right mentality to have in the situation. Elle had even said there was no need to worry. So was there any need to worry any more than this? It's just being a worrywart. And?
じゃあみんな、明日はちょっと早いからよろしくね。はい。お姉様、ここしばらく睡眠不足ですわ。ご養生なさってくださいな。ええ、今夜はたっぷり。あら？
Zoe.
みんな、おやすみして。はい。おやすみなさい、お姉様。ゲロ、粗相なさらぬように。
She left me alone with Sylvie. Felt like it's been a while since I'd last seen her. I could tell at a glance how tired she was. For someone who was usually a ball of energy, I could only assume that Sylvie's exhaustion was due to sleep deprivation. I heard that Ria woke up.
ええ、一安心だわ。
Yep, I'm thankful. Worked my way into the conversation from an approachable topic, since she and I were both fully aware of what I really wanted to discuss. Seems like you kept her company, huh? Princess kept her company. Everyone okay on the work front?
2日分サボっちゃったから、明日明後日がちょっと大変になったわ。明日明後日は相馬くんのお見舞い行けるかしら。
You can. Then could I go?
いいわね。行ってあげてちょうだい。
Sylvia had never taken this tone with me before. Provocative, I suppose you'd call it. Well, tell me where she is.
それは彼女に止められているわ。
She knew, but had given me the same reply as Elle. Damn it. Tell me which hospital is it?
ごめんなさい。
Why can't you tell me? Even with hints of anger in my tone, Sylvia let it pass with a smile and nothing more. Oh God, there was no point getting angry. It was clear they'd been sworn to secrecy over petty reasons, which meant Sylvia likely wouldn't be so easily swayed. There was something serious going on here.
帰るわ。多分今週は登校できないから、また来週ね。あら。
Sylvia turned her back and walked away. Just like with Elle, all I could do was to silently see her off. But there was one thing different from with Elle was Sylvia wasn't as mature as Elle. Sylvia, Ria and I had a special bond.
あら。
Just before she left, without turning back around, Sylvie said to me,
さっき言ったのは本当よ。あなたには、お見舞いに行ってあげてほしいわ。もう思い出してしまってほしい。
Remember.
って、私、もう辛くて。
She didn't let it show in her behavior, but I could hear her voice quivering slightly.
相馬くんの気持ちもわかるけど、私はもう、あなたに思い出してほしい。相馬くんにたどり着いてほしい。またね、オーラ。
And with that, she left. She hoped I would find my way to her, huh? God, Sylvie, what you were trying to say, or whatever Ria was hiding. But it was still difficult to pin down the location. Somebody tagged me. First of all, I couldn't remember why that camp had been held. The event had taken place by the shore over summer vacation. The neighborhood association, or whatever, had organized it. But you could safely say there was no reason for Sylvie, who was the princess of a whole country, to ever attend such a ridiculously small-scale event held by a neighborhood association of all things. Does Sylvie come with some special reason to be there? Some sort of dispute in her country, but that would make it best for her to keep away temporarily. None of that mattered at the moment. If you wanted to say there was an ulterior motive, it would sound like some pretense by dastardly adults was at play. However, judging by how everything played out, you could say there was an ulterior motive. Like visiting a sick patient. A goodwill event designed to delight those who suffered from terminal illness or natural disasters. If a state guest were to attend, then it was only natural to assume there was a theme of that caliber. And as long as you took part in whatever neighborhood association was around, that would successfully constitute a local goodwill cultural exchange. This event, there were 3 types of people who participated. The locals, who were from the neighborhood association, were simply unaffiliated, or only acted as participants. Sylvie, who played a central role. Lastly, the main figure of the event, the patient being visited. That camp was the first place I ever met Ria, which meant she shouldn't have been part of the neighborhood association. What's a terminal illness?
よくわかんないけど、普通と違うって。そんなことは。
Well, of course, someone's a waiter after all.
いいんだよ、シルビー。
I was a dumb as hell brat with no common sense, if I did say so myself. You're always bandaged up and you run out of breath the second you run. How I ran my mouth, I deserved to get a good smack or two by any adult that happened to hear it. Actually, I think I did get scolded by the adults a few times. Not that I remember that, though. Just to put it out there, if I were to defend myself.
そんな俺でも仲良くしてくれる?
Huh? What do you mean, will I? Aren't we already friends? Ria never looked upset. Reasonable enough, considering she loved me, I suppose. We managed to be fast friends, even if we came from way different walks of life. Even if we were born in entirely different circumstances. Even if our lives veered in completely different directions afterward. Ah! This sucks! Ria was currently at a hospital, so that much was for certain. But I had no idea which hospital she was in. Ria was opposed to me visiting. Sylvie and Elle wouldn't tell me anything, and Chugasaki had yet to return to the dorm. The lady who brought around her car was sworn to secrecy, and nobody else from Chugagasaki's friend circle knew where they were either. But the only clue I could claim to have was that she was likely in the city. My chest hurts. The cafe lady made it back in around 2 hours, which meant she knew where the hospital was and had taken them all the way there. It would make sense that the hospital was within an hour's drive from the dorm. Considering the cafe lady's personality, I'd imagined she'd stayed with them for at least half an hour or so. Perhaps it was within 45 minutes from the dorm then? Somewhere within a 45-minute radius by car. If you assumed it was in the city, that would be in the 20-kilometer range. That was a massive area. Several hospitals she could have been hospitalized at came up when I googled it too. Tried to search by phone at first, but they all said something or other about personal information and refused to tell me. That being the case, I opted to skip school and spent the day scoping them out one by one. Went around the hospital wards, taking a good look at the inpatients, but never found the right place. Couldn't search enough. For that matter, it would be thoughtless to cost too too much commotion. Looking for her on foot was going to be a Herculean effort. Check my clock. It's around 5 o'clock at night. Most hospitals recommend visits up until 5 p.m. They won't let you in, save for special circumstances with family or the like, after 6 p.m. I guess today was out of the question. I wish you would be discharged and come home today. Placed my bets on that slim possibility and kept waiting for her at the dorm. But that didn't pan out either. There was no activity from Ria nor Chogasaki by lights out.
オーロ、そろそろ寝ろってさ。
Yeah. I had to clear out from the foyer.
リアちゃん、もう大丈夫なんでしょ?
Yeah, she's okay. Sylvia and Elle had reassured me of that. She shouldn't be in critical condition anymore. I was just worried. Just wanted to see Ria. I missed her. I'd see her and say that I hadn't been able to do before.
あんま心配かけんな。サボぼっこはあやかっちだけで十分だよ。
Pat. She brushed my hair.
オーロ、ちょっと変だよ。なんか焦ってる?
Kinda. Pathetically enough, that instantly settled me down. Having a female friend pat your head was soothing, and I felt positively pathetic for it.
何かあった? 言ってごらん?
But above all else, Elena's palm was so unbelievably gentle. I wanted to rely on her. A long time ago. I call it long, but it was just before I came here, this past summer, actually.
言うほど昔くないじゃん。
Yeah, you're right. But it did seem like something out of the distant past. Part of that was because every single day had been so chaotically busy ever since I came to the Noble Academy. But more so because those days had already slipped my mind. Kind of messed up. I didn't consider how much trouble I'd caused those around me since my little sister was involved. She wasn't a fix, so when I showed off to try and do something about it, everything started to go sideways. When it was all over, it had just turned into one huge problem. So that's why this time around, I'm not certain I'd say I'm worried so much as uneasy. I thought this would be important for Ria, getting her to tell me her true feelings. But when I did, that's how it turned out. Hospitalization. I just chalked that up to bad luck, but before that, I'd confessed my feelings to her with the best of intentions, as I believed she loved me back. However, all she could do was cry. She cried, panicked, then collapsed into the lake, almost like I'd driven her to do so. I had nothing but good intentions, and it had brought about the worst possible outcome, just like what happened that summer day with the baseball club. So most likely. I want to reassure myself. I'm sure that's part of it. I want to see Ria, to see her and figure out for myself why she had cried. Hadn't I hurt her? That was what I wanted to ask. Selfish, aren't I? After sorting all of my feelings into order, I realized how astonishingly selfish I was. Rather than being worried about Ria and the situation, my mind gravitated towards easing my own apprehensions. I was absolute trash.
それが普通だよ。誰だって不安な時は、まずそれにしか頭がいかなくなるよ。リアちゃんはもう安心って言われたんだから、なおさら。それより、ね、オーロ。
She pressed down firmly on my head, almost like she was
オ
scolding
ーロ
me.
の不安は、リアちゃんじゃ解消してくれないよ。
Huh?
不安なのはリアちゃんのせいじゃないでしょ。そこに立ち向かわなきゃ。今回のことが片付いても、一生どっかで不安なままだよ。
Take a stand and face it head on. Had to face my insecurities.
じゃあね、明日は登校。しろとは言わないけど、あんまサボらないように、おやみ。
Lena left. She'd applied a bit more pressure than I expected when she pet my head, so I could still feel the weight of her palm against my scalp. Take a stand and face it head on. To face my past. Had to face them. No, now couldn't be the right time. I had to focus on Ria. What was that? pulled out my phone and I changed phone numbers after the incident over summer break and deleted all my old contacts. However, I still had my sister's number. My fingers froze above the call button. I was gonna call her. I knew exactly what that meant. I knew, and yet... Beep. I made the call. It was the right thing to do for now. She might know where Ria was.
もしもし、オーロくん？どうしたのこんな時間に。
Yeah. Compared to other people, I wasn't exactly normal. How long ago had I come to that realization? I was born with a frail body and apparently had a difficult life ahead of me because of it. Hell, even my brain was different. The world I saw and heard was unlike any other, and the difference between me and everyone else would practically be endless. More than anything, though, was my personality. I apparently had a pretty warped personality. A foul-mouthed nurse had told me countless times that I was difficult. Within this hospital's walls, where children like me were gathered together, we were to recite 2 phrases. Yes and thank you. Since I questioned everything and talked back, the adults shunned me. Nah, it may have been my imagination. They would have ignored me regardless. Why acknowledge the tiny little life form as it fought and talked back every step of the way when it was already headed for an early grave? Yeah, I had no idea what they had thought of me, but...
この世にいらない子なんていないよ。このポスターのいらないことは何ですか？
この世に必要のない、誰のためにもならない子という意味よ。そんな子はいないの。わかるわね。
どうして？
どうしてって当然のことじゃない。
If that were true, then why go out of their way to print it on a poster? Why hang it up in a room? I'd be grateful. More than that, I knew they deliberately phrased it that way because nobody thought it was obvious. Simplified even further was proof that we were unwanted children in the world. Must have been a badass kid to have realized I'm a dad at such a young age. Was I mature or just jaded? Or maybe my brain wasn't like human beings. Alien. To this day, I still wasn't sure.
Ichi?
That's what everyone else calls me, but hey, I'm fine with it since Oro is a lame name.
そう。シルビー？はい、
そう呼んでください。
Everything changed when I met Oro and Sylvie. I'd never met such a boisterous boy before, much less a beautiful, well-mannered blonde girl. But most strikingly... Come on, let's go, Soma!
見てあれ。
クルスクラウン様と打ち解けるのがまさかあの子なんてね。
それも驚きだけど、それより
リアちゃん、笑うとあんなに可愛い子だったのね。
The time we spent together was golden, sparkling and shining in every possible way. It was as if my pitch-black world had been reborn anew.
もっとずっと笑っていてほしいわ。いつ表情が動かなくなるかもしれないから。
At the time, I'd heard the tumor in my brain was at its largest. Currently, my brain was covered in tiny lumps. We didn't know how many there were, much less their condition. I had been having some of them removed during routine surgeries, but a complete recovery was seemingly impossible. It was sheer luck that I could still move. From what I had heard, it wasn't uncommon for the mimetic muscle, starting from the outer extremities, to stop functioning completely. I seriously was lucky. Astoundingly so, as the odds of surviving another year were less than 5%. So I was told 10 years ago. I really was walking a fine line. My body had been gradually losing functionality over the last 10 years. Even so, I was still alive. No more than a quiet life to make sure the bomb in my head didn't burst. Getting surgery after camp is over?
どんなこと？頭にある血の塊を取り除くって。
Ichi and Sylvia had both been shocked. I'd been hospitalized for 6 months following my surgery, which meant I couldn't see either of them. I really should have just up and died. That's what my mom told me anyway. Up in that, though, there was a 1% chance I would survive to age 5, and I'd surpassed that. When Dad broke down first due to anxiety, that was when Mom finally snapped. I'd done Mom wrong, but I really should have faded out of the picture before I met these two. Ichi. And Sylvie. Now I should have met him. Should have disappeared by now. I shouldn't have existed. When I awoke, hospital, huh? Same as before I slept. That sucks. I hope to escape this place eventually if I slept long enough. I hated it here. I truly hated hospitals. Wanted to leave and go back to the dorm. And never wake up again for all eternity.
もう夕方。
ええ。昼から4時間は寝てたわ。昨日の夜寝ていないの？
I mean, the few times I have, not like times I was in a hospital, I literally, I slept in the afternoon. I did not sleep at night. I was literally awake all fucking night, and then when it neared morning, I would fucking fall asleep. Then I would get visitations from my parents, and then after they were gone, I would fall asleep again and wake up right as the fucking, right after the fucking sun went down.
夕べはぐっすり。
ちょっと睡眠時間が長いわね。体は平気と言われたけど、どこか悪いんじゃ。
いや、普段から昼はこれくらい寝てるから。
寝すぎよ。
I've been hospitalized for a few days now. I felt fine physically. If anything, I was burned out from all these examinations. They hadn't just scanned the tumor in my brain once and twice after all. The result was the same as usual.
お大事になさってください。
Or namely, they had no clue. The doctors had no idea how my brain could be operating normally, and they summed it up to being a mystery of the human body. Oh well, didn't matter. Either way, even I had no clue. More importantly.
お前、またサボったわけ？
いいじゃない。授業にはついていけるわ。
そんな心配しなくてもいいよ。
別に心配なんて。ただあなたは、私の大事な商品だから気になって見てるだけ。
あっそ。
Our cynical nature definitely made it easier for the two of us to get along.
まあいい。そろそろ面会時間終わるから今日は帰るわ。
うん。
さっさと体直しなさいよね。
Yeah. First I had to get better. First, indeed. I get at home, so I immediately closed my eyes. Would I be able to sleep? I only just woke up. Still, I wanted to sleep. I wanted to sever my consciousness, head this place, the hospital. Since something that would never get better at all, for all eternity scratched at my eardrums. When will you be better?
わかんない。
Hurry up and get better already, man. Sorry, Ichi. There's no recovering from this. Now let's play together. I'll teach you how to swim.
この前溺れたくせに。
Shut up! But I was happy. But I was so happy. He told me to get better, I was an ordinary kid. He told me we'd do stuff once I was cured. That made me incredibly happy. For the first time in my life, I wanted to get better. I was so very, very happy.
イチ。
Talking in your sleep?
Huh?
Oh, you're up! Morning, Ria!
イチ、
Oh, settle down. We don't have your blood pressure. We can't have your blood pressure going out of whack again. Held Ria against the bed when she tried to jump up. Her surprise quickly turned to anger.
誰から聞いたここのこと？てめえにだけは言うなってみんな。シルビーか？たっくあいつ昔からイチには甘かったからな。強引に来られたら喋りそうとは思って。
Wait, you've got it all wrong. Sylvie wouldn't tell me anything. She did tell me to figure it out on my own, but I kept that part to myself. I came here on my own. Yeesh, I ran all over the place for 2 days straight. Well, not 100% on my own.
あら、お見舞いの時間、あと15分だとさ。
Thanks!
45分で玄関を閉めるので、その前にはって。
I see, got it. You don't need to stick around then. I called Chica and Torio, whom I hadn't spoken to since the past summer, and asked for their help. They had been in poor health since we were kids, which meant she'd likely use the same hospital. Where was the hospital that took care of the terminal patients invited to that camp? I got in contact with every last person who had attended that camp I could think of. Chica, Mom, and Dad helped, of course. Even Torio and Takato pitched in. They practically jumped at the chance to help me, and I wasn't exactly going to turn them down. I thought things would be more awkward, but I guess childhood friends came in handy at critical moments like these.
困ったことがあれば、いつでも言えよ。
Thank you. To avoid letting them make it past her curtain, I asked them to leave. It's probably rude of me to rush them out like that after they'd gone to all that trouble. After they'd gone to all that trouble, but that's how it needed to be. I was sure Ria didn't want anyone she didn't know to see her right now. Ria seemed to have realized the situation she was in and quickly held her bandage-wrapped head.
バレちゃったか。
Yes, so my memory came back to me a little while ago, though. This was the reason why I was convinced that Ria was a boy back in those days. It was hard to tell at a glance, but she was usually bandaged up, and wore hats, but she had no hair. She had a short buzz cut to make it easy for the doctor to perform surgeries. Since we'd gone to camp together, I'd had several chances to see under her hat. 99% of people would assume a kid with a buzz cut was a boy. I could have sworn there had been times I had spied some light brown hair through the gaps in her hat, but that likely was the case. Ria had even said her real hair color was black after all. That was likely the meaning behind why I'd never seen it back then. Ria let out a resigned sigh. Was a wig, huh?
まあな。
She turned her attention to the clothes hanger perched near her bedside. And there at the top, where you would find a hat, was her golden blonde hair. Despite acting like she'd given up, she definitely still didn't want me to know. Her expression was stiff. What should I say? I'm pretty sure I never told you this, but I've actually got a thing for black hair.
知ってる。お前の持ってるエロビデオ、全部黒髪ロングなんだっけ？
How do you know that?
隣だから声が聞こえんの。文句ならあのレーナってやつに言え。声がでかい。
Damn it. Well, anyway, there you have it. I like black hair. I don't actually like blonde all that much, so it really doesn't bother me if your hair's a different color. So yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, still looked sulky after my lame attempt at consoling her. But the one silver lining was that her expression turned sour and made one thing clear to me. She was acting like her usual self. Smooch. I kissed her. This is how I feel. So, don't worry about your hairstyle or whatever.
あ、そう。
Ria looked pleased.
ごめん、イチ。俺、体直せなかった。もうそんなに長くないってままだ。
I see.
文句言うなよ。これでも奇跡で10年生きてんだからな。今日まだ生きてるのが奇跡なんだからな。でも、ごめん。
Isn't the medical science in Sortilège supposed to be, like, ridiculously advanced? If I remember correctly? People over in Scott's server seem to be delighting in in anticipation of seeing my suffering here.
俺、お前の気持ちには応えられない。俺はもう、未来ってやつ、ないから。だから、ごめん。
Ria?
ん
This will sound stupid coming from me when I didn't remember you. Do you remember what a kind of a guy I used to be like? When I learned how sick you were, all I ever said was get well soon and we should play together regardless, right?
うん。
Now that we're adults, I obviously won't tell you to get well soon. But I will say something else. Date me anyway. If you miraculously survive 10 more days, then there could be another miracle. You could have made it through the next 10 years. And again. And again. And again. Until then is enough. Be mine.
1。
I know that you love me. I love you too. What else do we need? At some point, Ria's face had tensed up. She must have been gritting her teeth. She was holding back the emotions welling up inside her. However, she wouldn't manage to resist for long. Eventually, she would burst. I love you, Ria.
やめて、
A film of tears formed in her
や
eyes.
めて。言わないで。夢を叶えないで。この10年間、ずっと夢見たことを言わないで。
The droplets spilled
死
over.
ぬのが怖くなる。俺はいいんだ。今日このまま死んでも後悔しない。ずっとそうやって生きてきたんだから。
Get... Mosquito, do not fucking ruin the scene! Then let's change that starting right now. Men you've always loved will love you and never stop loving you from now on. This is the one day I want to live. I'll have to survive or I'll regret it. Go ahead and believe that. I'll put together the best today imaginable, one that'll give you that change of heart. Yeah, remember what you said before? That it's important for human beings to try and be their coolest. I agree. Which is why I'll become the coolest boyfriend on earth from here on out. A boyfriend that will accept all that you are and make your dreams come true. Whether or not I could actually pull it off was up for debate. I would become the biggest show-off in the whole world for her. I wasn't afraid to show off anymore. So please, be my girlfriend.
1。
Ria clung to me. I hugged her. Said as many times as it takes. I love you, Ria. Ria became lost in thought for a long while.
俺も、
Then at last, she gave me a bracing hug back.
でも、俺も好き。大好き。ずっと好きだった。大好きだった。
I'm going to hope and pray that her defeatist attitude before this point was kind of in the way, and now that she actively wants to live again, she's more willing to risk a bit more in order to get better, which will pan out, and she actually gets better, and I will find the writers and shoot them. If actually no, shooting them would be a mercy. Because I will absolutely slaughter them. I will beat them with that fucking umbrella until they are cut through as if it was a fucking sword. Even if I have to fucking beat away at atom after atom. And this will happen if by the end they still make Ria die. Have I made myself clear? I know. Despite my frustration, that was the only thing I could do for her, to simply hold her in my arms. I was pretty sure that this was what the coolest, most ideal boyfriend in the world would do in a situation like this. I had no clue whether I could do anything to better her future. But if anyone could give her even a slightly better present, I knew I could do it better than anyone, since her past had always been mine. I really was the only boyfriend she would ever consider the best in the world.
"伝達は以上です。では、午後からのエキスパートプラン。"
He just rushes out the fucking classroom like a fucking oiled lightning.
今日も張り切っていきましょうね。一同解散。
Let this thing break more. No. Done. It's like the teacher finished her long-winded speech. I promptly dashed out of the room. The doctors performed their rounds during the mornings at the hospital Ria was at, so visitors weren't accepted, except for patients in critical care. But Ria's condition wasn't critical, so I could only visit in the afternoon. As such, I did at least attend morning classes. From here, I would make my way to the hospital by bicycle. It was an even greater dash.
おやおや、オーロ君、何かあったので。
I was out of breath even when using a bicycle. Oh, he was out of shape. All the same, I never lowered my speed. I wanted to spend every moment I could with Ria. Ayaka is still gonna have, like, ditched class today. And she's gonna, like, be on her way, like, sitting in a fucking car. On her drive to Ria's hospital. Me, like, in the stretch as they can already see, like, the hospital in the distance. She, like, look over to the side. She just sees him fucking pass her car. I want to spend every moment I could with Ria. Oh boy, Ayaka's gonna be slightly in the way though. Ria!
ああ、うわ、汗だく。
部屋が臭くなります。汗は引いてから来てほしいですね。
Sorry. I made it. Tokusaki was relatively miffed that I managed to find Ria. I could only assume that you wanted to keep Ria all to herself. Sorry though, felt the same way. We both had no choice but to be with it. No, actually. Ria looked at Tokusaki kind of apologetically.
はいはい。
She irritatedly stood from her seat and walked out. Oh, was that it? I took priority? Actually, ended up driving her out. Maybe it did make me feel a little guilty to see it pan out like this. I'll forget about her right now. Yeah! Ria's eyes relaxed as I walked towards her. That only made sense, since I was her boyfriend. I sat down in the seat near her. We gazed silently at one another, and I never had like a table like that. Like I say that like, oh, I've been like in critical condition in the hospital. No, I literally just sat there with a fucking like stitch, not even stitch, like an actual open wound back there because of surgery. I was never gonna be like in fucking like actual critical condition. I do have a dent back there now, though. I gotta say, fucking sitting was a massive pain in the arse, though. If you actually go ahead over to the Hoshiuri Yumimira one, pretty sure that was, I started that shortly before my last surgery because of that. Like, I remember actively, like, setting up the uploads on my phone, and that was like the first time I learned how to do that. And that was like, okay, from now on I can just do that every time. Anyways, she smiled bashfully. The sense of distance between us was once again iffy, but this mildly embarrassing feeling wasn't so bad either. So, that's how it is today, huh? Got your hair.
うるせえバーカ。誰かさんのために生やしといたよ。黒髪ロングじゃなくて悪いけど。
Don't sweat it, this looks great on you. I didn't misread. Perhaps the bashfulness she felt had raised her spirits a little. Ria's expressions were unusually animated today. If she got excited, would her blood pressure and whatnot be alright? These weird thoughts crossed my mind, but How are you feeling today?
くっそ良くなった。医者が驚いてた。
The fuck? Like, the doctor's like, what the fuck happened? Like, almost all the tumors are gone. The power of love, bitch! What the fuck is going on? I'm scared. Like, she herself is simultaneously happy about it, but also shit scared because what the fuck happened to her body for that to happen?
誰かさんの顔見たら一発で敵なのかな。我ながら単純だわ。
Maybe. Sounds like she was in good shape. Strictly speaking, none of us, doctor or doctors and modern science included, had a clue of what to make of Ria's condition. There was no telling when she might deteriorate. In which case, the present was what was important. I had to treasure the fact she could smile in this moment. So I'd like to ask something pretty basic. The long and short of it is that something's wrong with your head, right?
うん。No. 何回か腫瘍は切除してるんだけど、いろんなところに拡散して、しかもそれで成長したらいろんなとこにくっついたとかで、手が出せないって。
So it's complicated. One thing I understood was that it was incurable.
ここ触ってみる？今被せるものがないから柔らかいぞ。
Oh, pointed to the back of her head. I touched just as she had invited me to. My fingers made contact with the side of her head and slowly worked their way backwards. They ran along her skull. Squish. Ah!
ビビった？
Yeah, Dad. That was nothing there. That was a hole in the middle of her skull.
シルビーの妹もビビってたっけな。まあ当たり前か。
That's what Mina touched back then. I gotta understand why a strong-minded girl like her had turned so meek. Anyone would freak out if they touched a missing part of someone's skull.
詳しく教えよっか。今、皮膜ってのが張ってて、普段はそこにシリコンの板を敷いてるの。で、その上から。
It's okay, I doubt I could make any sense of it, even if you did explain it to me.
そっか。聞いた？
A cynical grin was plastered on her face. Man, this was tough to answer. I wanted to tell her it freaked me out, but it also felt wrong to lie. It startled me.
そっか。
I downplayed it. Well, I understand the worst of it. That's what your hair is for, then?
うん。伸ばせない。
Ria put a finger on the base of her golden hair, between her wig and her scalp. Got a quick glimpse of her sparse, real hair. It had been the same in the past, but she had a similar buzz cut when we were younger. Anyone who needed periodic surgeries would obviously be limited to a shaved hairstyle.
髪は女の命とはよく言ったもんだよな。自分がすぐ死にそうってとこより、生きてる限りこの髪型ってことの方が嫌だわ。
Why do I spoil myself by looking up if fucking tumors can be removed? Okay, in the middle of this conversation was just like fucking spoiler block over spoiler blocks over spoiler blocks. Scott just chimes in, oh boy, all the spoiler block text, the mention of clan ad, which means a lot of sad is being brought up, beast dying. I can only imagine what's going on now. So Scott, and then like a few, like 7 minutes later, I think, it's just me. Seriously though, pain. Well. I've seen female delinquents with shaved heads before. Sorry. Picked the wrong way to be supportive. Man, this wig's really well made. Gently ran my fingers through it. Well, silky. What is this? Sort of cutting edge medical technology? No, it's Sylvie's hair. It's gotta be Sylvie's hair.
や、尋問。10年ものだから、さすがに最近パサついてきた。
That's why she had her hair cut short. Yeah, it didn't quite have the same feeling as natural human hair. I got the feeling I had seen this hue before. A decade?
ああ、10年前の。覚えてない？
Now that she mentioned it. It's Sylvia's hair?
そう。手術がうまくいく祈願にってくれた。綺麗な髪が羨ましいって言ったら、目の前でバッサリだぜ。当時はもう、その瞬間に心臓が止まると思ったよ。
Oh, you like Oh, you like my hair, you say? Yeah, what if she actually just pulled out like a full-on sword and just cuts it off? Here! Probably should never have gotten the machete. I'm probably gonna accidentally kill myself with it at some point. Anyway. Sylvia seemed so mature at the time, but you could see signs of her recurrent mischievous side if you think about it.
だよな。
Ria giggled. Mood lightened. Stories about Sylvie were sure to follow any time I talked to her. So, how are things otherwise? You're able to lead an ordinary lifestyle aside from that, right?
まあな。正確には、普通以下に体力使わないよう生活してギリギリってとこだけど。
That was the reason behind why she was shot by. That was the reason behind why she always slept so much too. Your state of health aside, I guess you really are in bad shape. Not that you really seemed that way, like stamina aside.
10年前からそうだったろ。
Weren't you running around like crazy back then, though?
お前に走り回されたことはある。あの後看護師に鬼のように叱られた。
Who knows, maybe all the activity actually was good for her. She's going to be cured because they're gonna be fucking like rabbits. Imagine if that's actually gonna be the case, though, that the physical activity actually helped her get better in a way, so, You know, Scott kinda like completely perfectly summed up what's happening right now. When Beast goes out of his way to avoid suffering, yet it finds him anyway. I'm sorry. I only was a brat back then, and appeared that self-diagnosis was right on the money.
10年前に比べて悪くなったとこは、やっぱ味覚かな。最近はもうほとんど感じない。
Huh? Oh, that's how it is. Expected her to say it was all coughing and headaches or other discomforts like that, but she had it rough in a way I hadn't
脳の
anticipated.
受容体が圧迫されて、壊死してるんだって。五感はかなり弱いよ。食べ物は味がないから、歯ごたえと香りが10割。焼きおにぎりとかそんな感じで好きだけど。
Yeah, because that has like a smell with
ど
it.
っちかっつうと今はタバコの方が美味しい。匂いがガツンってくるから。
I'm sorry for making fun of you for being a smoking addict.
嗅覚もだんだん弱ってきてるかな。焼きおにぎり楽しめなくなったらどうしよう。そしたらタバコもやめそう。これはいいことかな。聞いた？
It's way tougher than I imagined, to be blunt. Couldn't you have told me about all this stuff about yourself before you were hospitalized? Could have at least responded with a joke then.
いきなりって信じるか？
Good point. That was quite a shock. The sense of taste. What kind of world would that be? Couldn't imagine. Lots of stuff turned pretty blah if you ate it with your nose pinched. Was it a harsher version of that? In a sense, the smell was on its way out. Yours are fine, right? We're having a conversation and all.
うん。いや、大丈夫ではないか。耳はむしろ聞こえすぎて辛い。
Huh? How so?
聴覚は逆に普通の人よりすごい強いみたい。隣の部屋のお前の声とかほぼ聞こえるし。
Ah, that checks out. It occurred to me that you hear exactly what goes on in my room, but I haven't heard any complaints about thin walls from the other border girls.
盗み聞きする気はねえよ。聞こえちゃうの。
Ria had said that she heard everything that happens in my room because the walls are thin ever since we first met. And I thought it was strange a dorm built for rich students would have thin walls. As it stood, I could hear practically nothing in Ria's room from my own. I guess it was simply the case that Ria's ears were abnormally fantastic. That's also, like, due to your illness?
うん。よくあることらしいよ。目が見えない状態で成長期に入ると、常人より何倍も耳が良くなるって。
Was one hell of a bombshell to drop so casually?
ああ、こっちも言ってなかったっけ？目はほとんど見えてない。これはもう小さい頃から。
That blindsided me. No way, you're not blind, right? Several of her reactions would be bizarre if she couldn't see, both 10 years ago and since we'd reunited.
失明じゃない。一緒に映画見ただろ？
Yeah, you definitely saw the barrage of boobs. Could be the reason you didn't realize we were watching the same movie twice in a row, because...
画面いっぱいにおっぱいが出ればわかるけど、どこにでもありそうな風景映像とかじゃさすがにな。フランス語は聞こえても意味わかんねえし。網膜に問題があるわけじゃなくて、こう、視覚？特に色彩を認識する部分がおかしいんだって。
She knocked her index finger against her head.
色を認識できないの。正しい世界を見たことないからよく知らないけど、多分、すごく暗い。
Dark.
他の人が普通に生活してる空間でも、ちょっと薄暗いと全部真っ暗なの。まあ、このご時世、昼も夜もどこかしらに光源はあるから、それを比較対象物としてどうにかなるけどさ。テレビみたいに自分で光ってるものは逆に見やすいんだぜ。部屋の中におっぱいがポロンってあっても見えないけど、おっぱいドーンなテレビ映像ならわかるし。だからお前の部屋にいくらエロ本があっても問題ない。安心したか？
I was most likely shocked and didn't have it in me to laugh. Sorry, even with your explanation, it's not clear to me. Is it colorblindness?
それの一番すごいバージョンだって。世界的にも症例は10個ないそうだ。
Piss off, mosquito.
こっちも説明しにくいわ。お前らが見てる世界、こっちは見たことないから。要するに、俺が見てる世界はほとんどが黒で、色彩ってものを感じたことがないの。
Monochrome world. Maybe that meant she only saw outlines? It's a difficult world to picture.
でも一つだけ見える色はあるよ。金色。正確には自分からキラキラ光ってる色。銀とかラメ入りだとギリわかる。でもやっぱり金が一番見やすいかな。俺にとっての世界は線と黒と金色なんだ。
Definitely couldn't imagine it. One thought that did occur to me was... When I get this close, can you make out my face?
なんだよ。
Rub my face right up to her. Bet you can tell from up close. Can you see my face?
そういうことじゃないんだって。
Ria blushed and turned her head sideways.
見える見えないじゃなくて、認識できないの。顔の形とかはぼんやり見えてるから安心しろ。視力は一応 0.1 くらいならあるから。
Then, yeah, that's not different from what my sensibilities would consider being unable to see. Anything else? Since she described some exceptional hardships, I wonder if there was more. Left to think there wasn't. Her eyes, ears, nose, and tongue. Physical stamina differences from other people were evident in a majority of her physical capabilities. At left, we clutched her throat.
いや、他大丈夫。
I say, what a relief. Our life was still immensely harsh even now, but living more fierce of a world than I thought.
かもな。な顔すんなよ。こっちは生まれつきこうなんだから、自分が不幸だって思ったことはない。ただそういう顔されるのは嫌なんだ。哀れみっていうか、かわいそうって思われてる顔。そういう顔されると、俺ダメなのかなって、不幸なのかなって気になる。
But
昔の位置はしなかった。俺のこと、ただの相馬リアとして扱って、ただの友達でいさせてくれた。
These people are mocking me. Looks like Lil's loving Ria-Route. Fuck you, sut.
まあ、性別は間違われてたわけだが。
Sorry.
でも、それが嬉しかった。お前のこと好きになった理由の一番は、そこなんだから。
How about that? Well, then that to at least be the me Ria wanted. The time that followed, I learned a lot about Ria's personal circumstances. She had told me before that her father had passed away, but she and her mother were estranged because of it. They were originally a married couple who raised their daughter in lockstep, but our daughter won't live to the age of 10. Let's at least shower her in all the love and affection we can while she's alive then. Or so they seem to strive for. But when Ria hung on to life past the age of 10 and her husband died first, her mom cut contact. She hadn't seen her in over 2 years. That's likely played a role in why she turned into a delinquent. Yeah, it wasn't my place to interject. I knew why she had gone down this path in life, and understood her mom's hardships too. She grew close with Jogasaki, her Nagi class representative, around the time she started to turn into a delinquent. Much to their surprise, they learned Jogasaki had also taken part in that same camp. I don't remember her. Where had she been? Jogasaki had helped her out in more ways than I knew. She had even arranged for Ria to attend Noble Academy. Noble Academy prioritized applicants who excelled in singular talents, and if she got in, she could genuinely graduate no matter how much time she took off. It was a great match for Ria's physical constitution. What was Ria's talent? She would never tell me. That academy she enrolled in was the dearly missed Sylvia from her past. At that academy she enrolled in was the dearly missed Sylvia from her past, who she panicked and hid herself from. Yeah, I finally remembered. Ria said something about it back then. She had plans to undergo surgery immediately following that camp. The success rate was below 30%. Should that to be a success, it would expand her life expectancy from a month to about a year. If I recalled correctly, it had been such a shock to the system that I took it more as a joke. Ria hung on to the razor edge of life. I had no idea death itself had been so close at hand. So the same girl who was expected to die after camp ended, was sitting right here, full of life, 10 years later. It was the strangest facet to worry over. If I had to guess, she probably didn't go see her because she thought any reunion would only lead to sorrow. Likely the same reason she hadn't told me her true identity at the start either. Time flew by while we were talking. Heard hospital food is gross, but how is it really?
だから味覚ないから、うまいまずいがわからん。
Oh, really?
タバコが吸えないのが一番きついわ。はあ、まあ、クリスマスがあれだから、しばらくはどっちにしろ禁煙しなきゃなだけど。
We kept on talking, never boring of it, when...
すいません。面会時間はそろそろ終わりです。
Alright, sir. Kikuchiyo!
どうも。
Rather than hearing that from one of the nurses, I spotted one of my classmates instead. Kikuchiyo, why are you here?
誰こいつ？
どうも。録音時菊千代と申します。
録音時って。
You know him?
この病院の名前。録音時総合病院。
What? This place had a name like that?
ええ、どうも。久しぶりに来てみたら、城ヶ崎さんがプンスカ怒って出て行かれたので、多分ご友人の相馬さんの面会と思い、来てみたのですが。まさかオーロくんがいらっしゃるとは。相馬さんとはお友達なのですね。
Yeah, wait a second, you know about Ria? Ria herself didn't look like she'd pieced any of this together.
ええ、ある程度は。まずオーロくんのお部屋の隣で、僕自身、龍蔵寺とも、いくらか付き合いがありますので。
For some reason Ria reacted to the name. The heck?
おやおや。まあ、とにかくオーロくん。そろそろ面会時間は終了です。
Good on you for picking up on that! That's the... Like, I've even met Rudina Zoji a couple of times. She just looks... Are you sure? Okay, if you want. It seems she wants the life support to be turned off. No! 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 Oh, I'm terrible. Oh boy. Sure, got it. Okay, Riel, come see you again tomorrow.
あやかにさ、着替え頼むっつっといて。
Got it. She and Yukazaki really were good friends, huh?
お二人とも、時間がありますので。
Yep, that's why I'm about to give her a goodbye kiss, so could you look away for the 3 seconds or so?
しっけ!
Okay, Riel. We kissed. We had reached the point where this came naturally to us. Kuchiro gave me a ride home with him. Sorry to put this on you out of nowhere.
いえいえ。病院のことで何か不便があればおっしゃってください。僕にできる限りは協力しますので。
Thanks. All too easily, I got the help of someone with cheat powers on a similar level to Sylvie. Not too undesirable of a situation to be in. Ria's condition was stable and she would receive the hospital's cooperation. Most importantly of all, we were happy. That was the one thing I sensed. Depression!
ひらつくわ。
どうしたい、あやかっち。
腹が立って仕方ありません。主に市松往路。
いつも外に花を、心に毒をなあやかっちが面と向かって毒づくなんて珍しいね。
I'm right here, you know. How could I have expected she'd get indignant out of the blue like that?
やはり私、あなたが嫌いなようだわ。
Right, I pieced that together the day we met, but you've never said it to my face before. Looks like I was acting weird. Probably because she wasn't pins and needles.
ただいま。
おかえり。
Yukazaki immediately went to greet her. The date of Ria's discharge had been moved up considerably all the way to today. Yukazaki was over the moon. Enough that all the vitriol in her belly gushed straight out of her mouth. She loved Ria like crazy, didn't she? I was excited myself, but maybe it was best to stand down for now.
おかえり。もう入院しなくていいの？
まあな。
ちょっと前まで退院の見込みなしだったけど、 誰かさんがお見舞いに来るようになったら、2日で治ったのよ。
Chokozaki cleared daggers at me until the very end and headed off back to her room. He had already had her luggage taken back in, so...
はぁ、
First stop was my room.
やっぱ病院はダメだ。嫌い。この量は落ち着く。
She sprawled out on my bed. What a free spirit. You hate hospitals?
好きなやつっていんの？医者以外で。
She had me there. Hospitals do have this particular smell to them. An ethanol-y, acidic type of smell. I fucking hate that.
わかる。まずあれで気持ち悪くなる。俺の体大丈夫か？あの匂い染みついてない？一応出る直前にシャワー浴びてきたけど。
You're fine, I think. But the smell might have taken hold on your clothes a little.
後で着替えよう。
Smell. She still maintained an ordinary sense of smell. Well, you know though, you've got sharp ears.
うん。今こうしててもテラスの話し声とか聞こえる。
Incredible. I could tell people were there, which I assumed to be a good thing, but I had no idea what was being said. What if that were all true? Wouldn't a quiet hospital be better than this noisy dorm then?
逆。耳がいいから、このくらいうるさい方がいいの。
Yeah, the things you do here aren't as out of place, I feel.
前も言っただろ。絶対音感があるって。
Yeah, now that you mention it. Matching set with Sylvie, right?
病院みたいに静かなとこだとさ、ほら、心電図的なピッピッって音とか、キャスターのガラガラ音とかがやたら響くんだよ。その音が全部音階で聞こえるから、いるだけで頭痛くなんの。まあずっと寝てるのには慣れてるから、寝てごまかしてたけど。
Oh yeah, I guess people with perfect pitch do have it rough in places like those. Your mind focuses on the jumble of all those different types and sounds.
この量くらいうるさければ逆に気にならないから。やっぱりここにいるのが落ち着く。
Ria's eyes fixated on me. Seemed delighted enough to be here. But as for me, how could I say
どう
this?
したのイチ。なんか、照れてる？
Yeah. I guess I preferred the hospital now that we're back here, like, guessing and stuff feels super lewd.
言うな、バカ。こっちまでなんかエロいことした気になる。
It's alright. I relied on the flurry of events at the hospital to the point where we firmly promised to date. But now that we'd regained our composure, embarrassment reigned supreme once again. Ria felt so strongly like a friend. Especially when I thought about everything that happened 10 years ago. When we jumped into kissing out of nowhere, it made me self-conscious in more ways than one. First off, congrats on being discharged, Ria. That got standard greeting out of the way. So, what do we do first? Is there anything you want to do?
ご飯？焼きおにぎり食べたい。
Sorry, I'm all out.
役立たずが。
Mimi. You used the last of it to confess to you the other day. You ran away in the middle of our kiss, and my only option was to lure you back with your favorite meal.
釣りのつもりだったのか、てめえ。
You've got the wrong idea. Everything went off without a hitch between us at the hospital, but things were getting rather messy now that you was home. Oh well, maybe this level of distance suited us. Lovers who were still friends. Considered me and Ria, me and Soma.
じゃあ、映画。この前の映画途中だったろ？あれ見ようぜ。
Sure. Does TV work for you?
見えるよ。おっぱいとかドーンって出てれば。誰かさんはあれの最中にキスしてきたから。次も同じパターンが効くかも。
Nice idea. We snuggled up to one another and resumed the film. I guess this is better than the other one. DVRs were outstanding. Quite some time had passed, but it picked up right where we left off. However...
おっぱい全然出ねえな。
That's because it must have been the end of it. We had nearly watched the whole movie last time, and that was where we picked back up from. Even though it was easier for Ria to see a TV screen, she couldn't perceive the character's complex movements. Right now, she couldn't see that the heroine was about to be on her deathbed. She didn't know a French, so she shouldn't understand.
ヒロインが死ぬとこ
Yep. But her mind was sharp, so she could infer to an extent.
そっか。
Should we stop?
いや、いい。最後まで見ようぜ。スタッフロールで流れた曲、結構好きだった。
I wouldn't stop if I wouldn't stop it if Ria insisted. But it did make me feel awful to watch it. It reminded me of Ria. Maybe it wouldn't go that far, but still.
今なんて言ってる？字幕読んで。
They're saying I love you.
チープだな。
Ria snorted. If lovers found themselves in such a scenario in real life, I did think that was about all that would come up. The course of events led to the heroine passing away. The protagonist set out on a journey to deliver the parcel he received from her to her mother. Then the credits rolled. Music changed, so she probably realized it was over, but Ria didn't say a word. This was the first movie she saw after leaving the hospital. Screwed up choosing this one. Just as I was feeling terrible.
俺やっぱ、人が死ぬ映画嫌いだわ。
She slumped her weight against me and plopped into my lap. Yeah, you mentioned that before. I pet her head.
こういう、人が死にました。はい、感動って嫌い。人が死ぬことが道具っていうか、イベントみたいになってるの、嫌い。死んだ奴にはそれが全てなのに。
I didn't think it was an awful movie, personally. But it's not like Ria, someone who had lived her whole life on the brink of death, had watched something else entirely.
別にこっちは人を泣かすために生きて死んでんじゃねえんだよ。こっちは生きてるだけだ。それが終わるだけで、死ぬことから何か感じてほしいとは思わねえわ。
Sorry, none of this makes sense to me. It might upset her, but I told her the truth.
わかんなくていいよ。一生わからない方がいい。でもイチ、せめてお前だけは、俺をこの映画みたいには見ないで。
What do you mean?
俺を死ぬものだと思って見ないで。今ちゃんと生きてる俺だけ見てて。多分辛くなると思う。いつか疲れて、俺はもう半分死んでるって、そういうものだって思っちゃう時が来ると思う。でも、そんな時は思い出して、俺は生きてる限りは生きてる。
What? Ah, yes, when your Mongolian porn slideshow goes full culture in the writing? What? What the fuck? Anyways,
生きてる限り、俺は死人じゃないって。
Ria rolled over and pressed her face into my stomach.
お母さんみたいに、見ないで。
Was that it? She told me as much before. Whenever she watched a movie where a character dies, she would remember her late father. And I was certain there was more to it, namely her mother's failure to accept her terminally ill daughter following her husband's death. We'd been apart from Ria for the last 10 years. She was oddly vague about it, but even when asked, maybe that was the reason. Yeah, I promise. Didn't I just tell you this the other day? I'm your boyfriend, the coolest person in the whole wide world. My only interest is the present day you wish for. If I were to fully speak my mind, some part of me wanted to run away because I was terrified to watch Ria die. Even so, I didn't need to tell her that. Pretend to be cool when you're with Ria and me.
イチ、
Yeah. Sunny Ria rolled off of me and just rolled out on the bed.
なんか言えよ。
Yeah, I should. I knew what she was after, but I didn't reach out.
イチ、
Yeah, yeah, I know. Knew what you wanted to say, even so I was petrified. I had to be. This would make for some intense exercise. Wasn't that best avoided? Like, here's the thing, yes, that's his thought process, but the way he's just petrified immediately does slightly give it away. So, at least ease it off, like, you sure on the day you get discharged? Like, on the same day? But...
ちょっとくらい大丈夫だって。イチ、昔はしてくれたじゃん。無理やり俺のこと連れ回してさ。
Well, I guess. Only because we were kids.
いいんだ。あれがいい。人生で一番嬉しかったんだ。イチに連れられて、無理やり走り回されたのが。
Someone apparently started playing Fruits of Zion here.
今日、その一番を更新したい。お願い。俺が今生きてるって証拠をちょうだい。
Got it. If that was Ria's wish, I would do it. This might be wrong, and I should consider stopping for Ria's sake. But if that's what she desired, so then I would do it, even if it made me regret it for the rest of my life in the end. I would throw everything else away, even if it meant I could be the cool boyfriend she needed me to be. Leaned over and gave her another kiss. Listen, tell me right away if you start to feel sick. Don't overexert yourself. Then... Your heart may have been mine for the past 10 years, but today I'll make your body mine too.
して。
Then they fucked.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Ah, that's it. That transition is back again.
イラつくわ。昨日と同じ切り口でどうしたんあやかっち。市松さんだけでなく、リアも気に入らなくなったわ。ふむふむ。
イチ。
Yeah. What's up? You're staring.
だってお前の顔、どれだけ見ても飽きないんだもん。
Oh boy, what the fuck is happening?
大好き。
Me too. You're so cute today.
気持ちはわかるよ。
like the rest of just like the entire door is just there. Like, what the fuck is happening?
お二人とも恋人になったのならイチャイチャネチャネチャなさるのは大変結構。けれど TPO をわきまえてくださるかしら。寮の誰もが通る場所でこれは著しく公序良俗に反します。
I'm sorry, Silver Screw was coming by, so we came out to meet them.
待ってる間暇だから暇つぶしてるだけだよ。というわけで、
Oh.
部屋でやれ
あいつがマジギレしたのは久しぶりだ。
Oh, you know, that's the good end. That's the good end. I'm not feeling down right now. I'm gonna hope and pray that fucking Deus Ex Machina comes in, because I don't feel like depression right now. I know that from a storytelling standpoint, if they suddenly brought in some random ass Deus Ex Machina, it would be bad storytelling, but I don't fucking give a shit. I don't feel like depression today. In fact, here's the deal. I will kill the writers if, at the end of the route, Ria dies. I will kill the writers and their families if she dies before they at least have a kid together. So that he has at least, like, some memento of her. Like, I could probably endure like an after credit scene where it's like, he's like visiting her grave with their child. It would still be depression, but I could somehow accept it. I would still murder the writers, but if they don't even do that, their families are doomed as well. Am I understood? Good. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye-bye.